Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
Not at this time.
Thank you. We will proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, continuing on with LB 243, the next amendment to the committee amendments offered by Senator Blood, AM 1117.
Senator Blood, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As promised last week, I am again suggesting that we consider incorporating a circuit breaker into Senator Breezy and the Revenue Committee's bill. LB 211, now AM 1117, creates a new mechanism for delivering tax credits to individuals whose property taxes are too high in relation to their annual income. As I said, this concept is called a circuit breaker because the income tax credits are triggered once property taxes reach a certain percentage of a person's income, similar to how electrical circuit breakers are triggered when electricity surges. It properly addresses the tension between rising property taxes and stagnating incomes. This bill creates a residential refundable income tax credit and a separate ag refundable income tax credit. The overall amount for the residential circuit breaker would be capped at 126 million, and the ag circuit breaker would be capped at 74 million. The bill's residential relief would go to taxpayers with adjusted income, gross income of less than 100,000 for married couples filing jointly, or $50,000 for any other taxpayer who rents or owns their primary residence in Nebraska. For homeowners, the credit calculation is based on the property taxes paid on the value of their home. For renters, 20% of their rent paid for the taxable year would be eligible for a credit. As income increases, the circuit breaker credit calculation assumes that taxpayers can afford to spend more of their income on property taxes. Qualified taxpayers would receive refundable income tax credits equal to the amount of their property taxes that exceed the set percent of income up to the maximum amount of the credit. Last year on the floor, we discussed the ability for Nebraskans to automatically receive their tax breaks, and the statement was made that Nebraskans are smart enough to fill out their paperwork and ask for their money. And I've never really thought that Nebraskans weren't smart enough to do this, but I've always felt that Nebraskans really should not have to come to us constantly with their hands out asking for money, which is kind of how I feel how we do property tax relief. And I don't want to make them jump through additional hoops when they're trying to claim these funds. And I'm certainly not criticizing this bill or criticizing what's been done in the past, but what I am trying to do right now is start a discussion. Is there something that we can do to make sure that those who are most in need get the property tax that they deserve? And although I have zero hope that this is going to go anywhere, you can't blame a girl for trying. So with that, Mr. President, I would yield any time I have left.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Blood would yield to some questions.
Senator Blood, will you yield?
Yes, I'm happy to yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blood. I just wanted, you were introducing your amendment, and I just wanted to have a conversation with you about it, if you wouldn't mind walking us through it again, because I think sometimes it's easy, especially when we get back from lunch, to miss some important things.
Sure, and everybody's sleepy because they have full bellies. I get it. So we talked a lot. Actually, I talked with the other Kavanaugh last year. You may remember it. I like circuit breaker bills because circuit breaker bills, something sets it off to give you that tax relief, as opposed to us in Nebraska, we always do tiers, right? Mm-hmm. But tiers doesn't really respond to how much income you're making. It's more about a bracket than, oh, I need relief and I need it now. And so that's why I like circuit breakers, is that we have the ability to give it to people when they're in need at the most urgent time. And I do believe that everybody deserves property tax relief, but I also believe that we need to look at people's incomes and when they are most in need, because if we help them, then they have the ability to pay their other bills. They have the ability to maybe buy Bobby some braces, or, buy Molly some shoes. We're really helping people and making a difference in their lives, where not so much when somebody's making, $250,000 a year. And again, don't fault people for having money, but we always talk about giving money back. And we know that the vast majority of people that pay the brunt of taxes in Nebraska are the average working Joe, right?
Yes, I think that's what we found with our tax realignment.
Yes.
That it's too expensive to lower income taxes for the lower tax brackets because they pay the majority of the taxes.
Yeah, and and I always think it's kind of like, why every time we create policy, we say we're trying to lift people up, but we do the opposite. And that's why I keep pushing for circuit breakers, and that's why I push for the unfunded mandates too.
So how does this circuit breaker work?
So the way that this works is there's several different types. There's the residential circuit breaker, and the overall amount for the residential circuit breaker would be capped at $126 million. And the ag circuit breaker would be capped at $74 million. And again, I'm open to changing this because I'm trying to start a conversation. And then residential relief would go to taxpayers with adjusted gross income of less than $100,000 for married couples, and 50,000 for any other taxpayer who either rents or owns their own primary residence in Nebraska. So it'd be like 20% of the rent paid for the taxable year that would be eligible for a credit for people that are renting. Now, again, too, although I'd like to give relief to the renters, I know that that's in this body probably never going to happen. But we're just trying to start a conversation on ways that we could actually do it. We can set part of this bill up as a circuit breaker. We can make it so those that are most in need get property tax relief. But will we? And to be really honest, how some of the people on the floor look at property tax relief and how I look at it are very different. I look at it in very simplistic terms. I don't think it should be complicated for people to figure out whether they're getting a tax break or not. So I simplify it, and I don't deny that. But we know that it's done throughout the United States. We know that it's done, I think, in at least 11 other states. I can't remember, but somewhere in that area. It's been very successful, but mostly it's been successful for those most in need.
Well, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to explain it a little bit further. Continuing the conversation around not just tax cuts, but tax reform, I think it's a helpful conversation for us to be having. So I'm going to have to quickly pull up Senator Blood's amendment so that I can take a look at it. But the concept of adding a circuit breaker to get some tax relief to those most in need is certainly appealing to me. So I appreciate Senator Blood for bringing that. I think I'm about out of time. How much time do I have, Mr. President?
5 seconds.
Okay, I'll just go to my next time then.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized. You're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we got back from lunch, I did submit an amendment. It's a white copy amendment to LB 243. And I apologize, I didn't get a chance to discuss this with Senator Erdman before I dropped it. But Senator Erdman, the white copy amendment that I dropped is a version of your priority bill. So if we get to that this afternoon, we can have a conversation about the consumption tax as an amendment, which I think we probably will get to it because we've got just over 2 hours left of debate on LB 243, and I'm the only one talking. So I guess if I stop talking or if I'm the only one talking, either way, we should get to the amendment without much of a problem. So I have Senator Blood's amendment up here, and hers does not strike anything. It just inserts the circuit breaker. For the purpose of the Property Tax Circuit Breaker Act is to provide tax relief through a refundable income tax credit for taxpayers with limited income available to pay property taxes. What a great concept when we're talking about property tax relief. And I've heard a lot of my colleagues talk about people having to sell their homes, move their home out of their homes, lose their homes because they can't afford the property taxes. It seems like this amendment would directly address that issue by giving an income tax credit so that they could afford their property taxes. This is taking a bite out of a different side of the same apple. This apple has little nibbles coming out of it all over the place. And this is just another opportunity to address this ongoing issue of the burden of property taxes for everyday Nebraskans. Before we broke for lunch, I had started looking at the Appropriations Committee's preliminary report. And I was on page 15. So the aid to individuals was part of this report that I was concerned about. And I know we'll have further opportunity to discuss this when we get to the budget. But this is really, really important. And it's going to impact the lives of some of our more vulnerable Nebraskans. We are beginning the state of emergency Medicaid unwind. So we did not require the renewal of eligibility on the same schedule as prior to the start of the pandemic over the last couple of years. We are now starting to require that renewal of eligibility. And as such, there's an anticipation that a lot of people are going to get kicked off of some of these programs. And specifically, when you look at the budget, CHIP, the Children's Healthcare Program. We've had some pieces of legislation come to the Health and Human Services Committee this year that would have addressed some of these concerns about families, specifically children, losing access to these services. DHHS has not been supportive of
1 minute.
those pieces of legislation. So we're coming up to this unwind, and we are going to start reviewing the eligibility for individuals on a more regular basis. There is going to be a federal move to make it a 12-month renewal instead of a 6-month renewal, which should yield a significant amount of administrative savings, not having to do a renewal twice a year, but only once a year. So that's one of the areas of concern that I have with the upcoming budget and the budget cuts. Medicaid for the, this is on page 15, for the upcoming biennium, the projected general fund budget is
Time,
based on,
Senator. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized to speak, and this is your last opportunity.
thank you. The projected general fund budget is based on the agency request, Part D, clawback premium increase, FMAP change, medical assistance, mobile crisis intervention, and personal assistance rates rebase. At the present time, the proposed budget does not include any increase in provider rates, which were not included in the agency request or the governor's recommendation. This will be considered after the hearing along with other major issues. So this preliminary budget specifically does not include provider rate increases. This is where we're going to hear that the sky is falling from people outside the chamber, from people inside the chamber. And frankly, the sky probably will be falling if we don't do something about provider rates. We already struggle to maintain our service providers. This is not a profitable business. And when we don't pay them the cost it costs of covering the costs, then why would they continue to do this work? Part of the reason that we have providers is that it is too much for our government to provide all of the services. And so we have to contract out services. So if we continue to not increase provider rates, eventually the provider community is going to go away. And the only way services will be provided is if our state agencies grow and provide them. So we can take away that sort of nimble part of government and government services by deprivatizing everything that we do, which I guess is an option available to us, or we can reimburse appropriately for the services that are being provided. Now, if we bring things back in-house, we're still going to have to pay for things. It's not saving us any money. And honestly, if we're really cutting corners on how much we're paying in provider rates, we probably are saving money in the current model that we would not save if we had to do it ourselves, because we would not be statutorily allowed to do that. And this is sort of a sneaky way for us to do that. So On page 16, the developmental disabilities age, the agency request includes several items for additional funding, including funding for new graduates transitioning, and it's 1.1 million FY24, 2.2 FY25. Reduce the waiting list. I'm gonna pause here and just on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services, they do not want us calling it the waiting list. It is the registry. So I'm just going to make that note on page 16 that the waiting list is not the terminology that the department is using registry. Want to be consistent so we know what we all are talking about when we're talking about it. So reduce the registry, 6.9 million FY24, 13.8 million FY25, and priority one offered cases. I'm not familiar with what that means. 2.1 million FY24, 4.3 million in FY25. Committee preliminary budget includes funding for new graduates and the priority one offered cases. The committee also includes a base adjustment in FY25
1 minute.
thank you, 19.5 million to account for the use of carryover funds for the provider rate increases authorized by LB 1011 in 2022. The request and projected budget is also include a reduction in general funds due to the higher FMAP accounting to 2.8 million in FY24 and 3.4 million in FY25. FMAP is the federal match, and at the start of the pandemic, the FMAP, which is the federal match to the state, increased, and we've been seeing that increase over the last several years, and that has actually been of a huge benefit to our state budget. And something that we need to take into consideration as to what we are doing with those savings with the increased FMAP. And are we investing them appropriately? So,
Time, Senator.
thank you.
Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow senators, friends all, I shortened my original introduction because it was just too noisy on the floor at the time. So I'm going to build on what I said earlier. The ag land circuit breaker part of the bill would be available to individuals who own ag land or horticultural land that is part of a farming operation that has a federal AGI of less than $350,000 the most recent taxable year. Adjusted gross income is defined as gross income minus adjustments to income. For those of you that don't know what AGI is, gross income includes your wages, dividends, capital gains, business income, retirement distributions, as well as other income. The tax credit would be calculated based upon the amount by which the ag property taxes paid exceeds 7% of farm income. And as Senator Kavanaugh and I were on the mic earlier, it is actually 18 U.S. states and territories that are currently utilizing the system to address tax grievances. I'm going to keep saying this. In Nebraska, low-income taxpayers often pay the larger percentage of their incomes and taxes than high-income taxpayers do. When it comes to property taxes, what you pay is not based on your ability to pay, but on the value of your property. These types of taxes are really disconnected from an owner's ability to pay. One type of targeted tax break for this problem that people are starting to find out about, and you see more and more states addressing this, is through the circuit breaker programs. I don't understand why we look for the most complicated ways to provide property tax relief, but I also know that I'm fighting a lost battle here. But it isn't because I haven't preached this many times before. And I don't understand the pushback on these types of bills, this type of amendment, because it's to the benefit of all. So again, I'm not going to drag this out for a long time. I have no hope that the body will even look at Uninet to see what the amendment says based on what I'm seeing on the floor. Everybody's just going to vote no, and it is what it is. And that's really unfortunate for those that are struggling in Nebraska to give the fairest type of tax relief that we can generate here in the state. With that, I do want to address something also that Senator Kavanaugh just said on the mic. I want to add that 54% of our medical facilities, our hospitals are operating in the red. And by not increasing the provider rates, we're going to lose more facilities. And there's not a candidate in here that didn't hear about this when they were campaigning. And the fact that we're oblivious to that and that we're okay with that in the budget as is not acceptable. Because we only gave them a measly 2% increase during the pandemic, as if that was going to be helpful. And doors still closed. So I saw a lot of campaign promises made that are now not being honored. And that's unfortunate, because the people that are going to suffer the most are the people in our smaller communities, in our rural communities, in our Black and brown communities. But, as long as our budget balances, I guess there's nowhere else we could maybe make cuts or maybe find some money, to almost be like, gosh, maybe we have some surplus money, some funds that we could do something with this year and actually help things like our hospitals. I don't know. Is that the year for this? So I do hope, as we start going towards the budget and talking about it, you guys remember what Senator Kavanaugh said on the mic today, and that you really look at the appropriations report, because I'm guessing Nebraska Hospital Association, now that report is out, is probably somewhere in the rotunda willing to talk to you about it. Former State Senator Jeremy Nordquist is probably out there. Go give him a tap on the shoulder and ask him what's up. But with that, at the very least, folks, go to Uninet, look at this amendment, come and ask me what it does. Instead of having tea time off under the balconies, I'd be really appreciative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Erdman would like to recognize 4 students and Valerie Bell, the sponsor from Hemingford High School FCCLA. They are seated under the south balcony. Please rise and be welcomed by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon, Nebraskans. In the course of my time in the legislature, which is going to, probably be remembered by me and my loved ones who are close to me as a really weird quirk and blip in the course of my life, in the timeline of one woman's life. What I've learned here is that the system isn't broken. I used to think, I want to get more involved in government. I want to be civically engaged. I want to run for office and try to make a difference, to try and fix a broken system. And what I've learned being in here, working with people in the rotunda, working with you fellow colleagues, is the system isn't really broken. And many people have said this, I didn't invent this idea, but it's working exactly as it's supposed to. So I feel like I can't describe things I don't like as a failure of leadership or a broken system, because it's working for somebody. Whether we're talking about gun violence or the immigration crisis or property taxes or LGBTQ discrimination or abortion bans, these things are working as they are because it's how we want them to be. It's how most people in power want it to be. So, I guess I can't sit here self-satisfied like I've done something, because what we're doing isn't working. So we have to do something different. It's not that it's not working, because it's certainly working for somebody. When people like Senator Brandt vote for a ban on transgender health care, he did it because it's obviously working for him. When freshmen like Senator Ibon, Senator Hughes, and Senator Lippincott, Senator Holdcroft, they come in here and vote on bans on health care, it's working for them, isn't it? So my intention and what I feel like we have to do is just make it stop working for them. And that's what my aim is with the amount of time that I'm able to take on these bills. Several people specifically, so some reporters have asked me, a couple pages asked me, many constituents asked me, lots of comments on social media, on Instagram and Facebook and things, asked me why I didn't join Senator Michaela Cavanaugh sooner. And what you don't see behind the scenes, I guess, is that it's not that I'm unsupportive or anything like that. It's that when Senator Michaela Cavanaugh made the decision to start filibustering every bill, when she stood on her mic and she said that thing that went very viral on lots of news stations, she said, "I will burn this session to the ground," and everybody reported on that. I wasn't with her at that point because I still had hope for negotiation. I still had hope at that point for traditional paths forward. Many of us were still meeting with the speaker pretty regularly at that point. We were back channeling solutions through some old timers in the body, some people on both sides, registered Republicans and Democrats, who can reach leadership and whip some votes and try to get some people to change.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we have a lot of tools in the toolbox, and we have a lot of players on the field. And I think it's important in a strategy, in a political strategy, that you make sure every person on your team is playing to their strength. And Senator Michaela Cavanaugh filibustering every bill, clearly a huge strength of hers. And I've watched her evolve and change over the last 5 years in this body. And she is a talented person, politician, speaker, strategist, all of it. And as annoyed as you may be by her tactics and strategy, it's working. Just as this system is working to oppress the people you want to keep down, the way we're changing the system in here is actually working to frustrate you. And to me, that's a victory.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You are next in the queue.
Thank
may
you.
proceed.
Thank you. So while Senator Cavanaugh was using that strategy to try to increase pressure and increase the temperature on, self-professed moderates in the body who do not like the ban on trans health care, who do not like the abortion ban, who have said to me and to others, and in some cases to the press, openly, that they don't like these bills and don't support them. And someone always says, name them, name who doesn't support it. I'm going to let you figure that out. It's very discoverable. It's, do a little Googling, do 10 minutes of research on your own and you'll figure it out. I don't need to call these people out. And I would. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I don't need to. It can go without saying because this is completely knowable information. Who literally doesn't like these bills and is voting for them anyway? Because who can say? We can speculate. Maybe it's because it's working for them. The mindful, deliberate discrimination is working for them somehow. They're getting something they want by supporting these bills. Maybe they're too shy. Maybe they did all this work and raised all this money and knocked all these doors and sent out all these mailers and bit their nails and prayed and hoped on election night that they would end up here to be too scared and shy to do anything. I've seen it before. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe they look back at a long life and career of public service and service to community and business ownership and raising wonderful children and being a wonderful father, because they're all men. And they look back and say, yeah, I think that I will just go into the legislature and this will be my little cherry on top of a life well lived. I went to church at the right times. I got my kids confirmed. No babies out of wedlock. Pretty much nailed it as a parent. So you think you come in here and this is just kind of the denouement. But if you were to do that, you're really missing an opportunity, and you're really missing what the dignity, just the dignity and the gravity and the weight of this position. Why be shy? Why do all that work to get in here and end up here and then say, I don't know, I'm scared, I don't know. They might see me as an extremist. I've heard people say that. Conservative Republicans who want to look moderate, Don't worry about that. No one thinks you're an extremist. But what I would ask Nebraskans, what I would ask lobbyists, and what I would ask staff is, how come the people who want to preserve healthcare rights for women, preserve healthcare rights for kids, trust Nebraskans to make the best decisions for their families, why are they the extremists? Actually, Senator Kauth is an extremist. Actually, what's extremist is introducing a bill in the legislature out of nowhere, apropos of nothing, bringing up an extremely controversial topic that she knows will personally hurt people who she works with. And then everyone else getting on board and saying, seems like a good bill, seems like something worthy of discussion. No. And we got here when you cracked and packed the committees on day one. You, on complete party lines, looking all up and down the vote board, elected committee chairs who were unexperienced, who don't even have staff, some of them. They didn't hire staff in time, who are putting out committee statements that are like one-sentence summaries of a bill memos that aren't worth the paper they're printed on.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And these are just other ways that you guys give up your power to your masters, to other branches of government, to your donors, instead of respecting the office that you've been gifted and treating it with the weight and respect that it deserves. We've all been giggling about how Senator Breezy keeps saying, respect the package. Do you guys remember when he was talking and he said, respect the package like 12 times? And then respect the package keeps going through my head. Respect your job. Respect the place where you get to come and work every day. I would like us to stop thinking 4 years in advance or 8 years in advance, just because that's the time that we're here that we get to get blamed for anything, or just having these short-term solutions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hunt, you are next in the queue, and this is your last opportunity.
Thank you. I would like us to stop thinking just in terms of short-term solutions and stop thinking about tax relief as something that we can accomplish with one bill or one Christmas tree, one package that we respect deeply. Over the past decade, Nebraska has seen a net loss of nearly 20,000 Nebraskans, 20,000 graduates aged 25 and up. We have almost 2 jobs open for every worker in Nebraska right now. Nebraska ranks 39th among the states in growth for people aged 25 to 29. And we have a workforce deficit of over 25,000 people per year. What does that tell you, folks? People don't want to live here. And a big reason for that is our discriminatory state policies. We have a subminimum wage of $2.13 an hour. Senator Iowa was shocked in Business and Labor Committee to learn that there are people in Nebraska who earn $2.13 an hour. And what we know from testimony on my bill to raise the subminimum wage is that some of them don't even make that because they end up owing more in taxes than they earn. We still haven't codified LGBTQ workplace protections, which the Nebraska Chamber and Omaha Chamber and Lincoln Chamber have identified as a priority. How come you guys listen to them on property tax relief and workforce retention and attraction, but you don't listen to them on that? Because you hate gay people. Oh, but I know a gay person. Okay, go tell them you didn't vote for the bill then. Be accountable. We still have the death penalty in Nebraska. A recent medical cannabis initiative was blocked, and I always joke that legalizing medical cannabis in Nebraska will finally bring us into 1996. Because it's really the bare minimum that we ought to be doing. And some of our colleagues today and yesterday, wouldn't be yesterday, would it? I guess Friday, have talked here about how reducing property taxes is going to be the key to reducing brain drain. But colleagues, most of my millennial and Gen Z peers don't own any property. I don't own any property. Not because I don't want to, not for lack of trying. My rent per month is more than a mortgage would be, but I can't afford a down payment. So I'm just renting forever. And there are so many people in that same situation. And that doesn't mean I'm unsympathetic to the people who do and the costs of that. But for many Nebraskans, the dream of home ownership is not even fathomable. It's not even within reach because they can't get ahead. And we don't pass policies in the state that say that we value them. We would have an easier time building revenue. We would have an easier time solving these tax relief problems that we have if we just had more people in this state who are excited about living here. But every time you cut taxes for the people who are still here in Nebraska, and that number is shrinking rapidly, then you turn around the next day and block policies that are going to bring new people into the state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak. This is your last opportunity before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, nobody came up and asked me about this amendment. So I just want to say that I put it out there. Senator Frederickson, you came and asked me before I challenged everybody to come and talk to me. So I really want you to hear these words. I know how you're going to vote, but I just want you to have this in your head. Circuit breaker bills are less expensive than across-the-board property tax breaks. And we already do it, by the way. Homestead exemptions are circuit breaker bills. And what I like about it is that they only go to the taxpayers for whom the property taxes represent a disproportionate amount of income. They help the people most in need. But they help offset the unfairness and regressive property taxes by identifying the individual taxpayers for whom property taxes are most burdensome and reduces their tax to a manageable level. So they don't have to lose their home, so they don't have to lose their farm. Low and moderate income taxpayers who typically benefit from circuit breakers rarely itemize their federal income taxes. So this form of reducing property taxes is not offset by increases in federal income taxes. And guess what that means for the wealthy, friends? For the wealthy that you want to give this big property tax relief to? Property tax cuts for the wealthier Nebraskans can result in a federal income tax hike, since these cuts reduce the amount of state taxes that the wealthy can write off on federal tax forms. Right? Again, we think we're helping a certain tier, but what we're doing is we're making it harder on them when it comes to their federal taxes, because people that live lower income aren't itemizing their federal taxes, but wealthy people are. And again, it results in a federal income tax hike, since these cuts reduce the amount of state taxes that the wealthy can write off on federal tax returns. So who are we really helping here? I don't know how clearer I can put it. Not that anybody's clearly listening, not that anybody's read the amendment. Senator Hansen waved his hand and said he was listening. All right, Senator Hansen, I can respect that. But sincerely, it's not fun to stand up and offer an amendment to a really big bill like this when all you're really trying to do is make it better. I'm not trying to tear it apart. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it could be better. And I'm saying there's room for negotiation, but nobody's come and spoken to me about it. And Senator Breezy can say that I didn't talk to him about it, and he would be right, by the way. But I did say that I was going to do this last week on the mic for those that were actually listening. My concern is that by doing it through the tier system, it is unfair. And we think we're helping those that are wealthier in Nebraska, but we're actually making it harder if they itemize on their federal tax returns, which is something we never brought up in the hearing, because I tried to keep it very simple, because I know that when you're in revenue, they have a bazillion numbers they have to remember and a bazillion bills they have to know. And I wanted to make mine an easy one to understand. But I also know that when we're able to do something like this, we're able to be more fair to Nebraskans. We're able to give relief to those who need it most. And if we're worried about our upper income people that we think are leaving because of the taxes, we're creating a secondary issue for them and still making it hard on them. So not to
1 minute.
mention ag. We know that ag-based, especially in our environment, can change in the blink of an eye on whether you're up one year or down another year. And this would address this. With that, I would be happy to yield any time that I have left to Senator Senator Kavanaugh. I think there's like 30 seconds.
Senator Kavanaugh, 35 seconds.
Oh, well, thank you, Senator Blood. Thanks for bringing this amendment. I think it's a great idea and opportunity to give our lower income property owners a chance to stay in their homes and meet their financial responsibilities of those taxes. It's something we've heard a lot about. So I very much appreciate you bringing this circuit breaker amendment, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Blood, you're welcome to close on AM 1117.
I could drag this out for my closing, and I'm actually not going to, out of respect to my peers, who a lot of them did not give me the respect to even listen to what my amendment does. But God bless you all, friends. With that, I would ask for a call of the House. And yeah, I'm just going to do a call of the House. We'll just make it really easy on everybody.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
12 ayes, 1 nay to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Decay, Armendariz, Bostar, McDonald, Merman, Reapy, and Dungan, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator Reapy, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All members are now present. A roll call vote in reverse order has been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wisher. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Not voting. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Moser. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Ibach. Voting no. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Oldcroft. Voting no. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting no. Senator Halloran. Voting no. Senator Geist. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Vote is 13 ayes, 32 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 1117 is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item. I raise the call.
Mr. President, Senator John Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1118.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on AM 1118.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to preface this by saying this is a serious amendment, which I know we apparently have to preface every introduction of an amendment with. So what AM 1118 does is it's an attempt to address a concern that's been articulated by myself and I know Senator Conrad and maybe a few others in discussion about this bill. So one of the things that LB 243 does is sets a levy lid for school districts, and that they're allowed to go above that levy lid with a supermajority vote of the school district board or a vote of the population of the district. And that vote threshold is set at 60% of the votes cast in that ballot initiative or that override election. So it's bad policy to set a higher threshold for elections. And so I have a second amendment that's after this one, but I think this one's probably the better conversation to have, and so I asked that this one be set first. In the Constitution, we have a ballot initiative is reserved for the citizens of the state of Nebraska, and it can't be infringed by the legislature. And there's been a number of Supreme Court cases interpreting that to say that the legislature basically can't create too restrictive a structure to infringe on that right that's reserved for the citizens. And so in that language, it sets out and says that any ballot initiative shall become law if 50% of the ballots cast in that election are in favor, and if 35% of the votes that were cast in the overall election were cast in that, make up that 50%. So basically it sets out a standard by which it still has to be 50% of the ballots cast in that election, but it does say that you have to have a certain amount of voter turnout. So that's my Second Amendment addresses that construction, but I bring that up as a demonstration that the Constitution of Nebraska contemplates this idea that we should continue to constrain elections to a simple majority. So, but what my amendment does, I came up with this after hearing Senator Jacobson talk about one of the reasons he supports this bill last week when we began debate on it. And he said there's a concern, particularly in rural school districts, that there's a lot of folks who are paying the taxes, and the ag land is paying a disproportionate share of the taxes and has a lesser voice in that conversation. And that's one of the reasons that Senator Breezy has proposed something similar to this in the past, and that's one of the reasons Senator Jacobson supports this. So I took him at his word that was the nature of the concern, and so I fashioned this amendment to exclude from that 60% threshold for the ballot initiative school districts that are in cities of the primary class and cities of the metropolitan class. So what that means is there will still be a supermajority of the school board vote to override the levy cap, and there will still be a 60% majority vote of the population in the alternative in every school district in the state, except for those in Omaha and Lincoln. So it sets out the districts and says all of the schools that have this kind of particular configuration that Senator Jacobson articulated are still going to have that supermajority vote of the people. But the school districts that don't have a lot of ag land, like OPS, LPS, Millard Public Schools, Elkhorn, District 66, those school districts would still have the supermajority vote of the board, but the vote when it goes to the people will majority. And that's pretty much all it does. It just solves this problem, addresses it narrowly, the bill to a fit to the school districts that I'm told are the ones we're aimed at. It still keeps the cap in for the school districts, all districts across the state, which I'm not too happy about, but nonetheless trying to address that here. But it just makes it a little bit more narrowly tailored to address the issue that this bill is intended to address. So I'd be happy to take any questions, but that pretty much explains it. So I'd encourage your green vote on AM 1118. And thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Conrad, you're welcome to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of Amendment 1118 brought forward by my friend, Senator John Kavanaugh, and I really appreciate his leadership and work on this critical issue. This is a smaller, but I think very important part of the overall property tax package that Senator Breezy and the Revenue Committee have put forward for our consideration today. I think Senator Kavanaugh did a great job of laying out some of his thinking behind putting forward this serious, substantive amendment that I think would go a long way to improving the bill and allaying potential concerns, which I know Senator Breezy has already been working very, very hard to accommodate as many collaborative ideas as possible throughout this process, and just wanted to reaffirm our appreciation to him for his leadership as well. But what I like about Senator Kavanaugh's proposal is that it has a stronger fidelity to the principles of democracy, and in particular, direct democracy. Nebraska, of course, is one of roughly 24 states or so, that maybe a little bit less than that, that have traditionally enjoyed a robust set of tools for direct democracy, initiative, referendum, recall. And those powers, those populist reforms are so important and so sacred within our state constitution that those powers are reserved for the people against infringement by the legislature, and have very specific safeguards in place to ensure that the people's voice carries the day on matters that are put to a vote for that are put to a popular vote. So in that tradition, and as part of that broader framework, I understand that Senator Breezy has developed the quote unquote soft cap to have a higher than a simple majority vote by the elected representatives on the school board. That's akin to a model that we have in place that we recognized in relation to increasing a local sales tax, for example. But I think that the part that goes out to a vote of the people potentially as part of that negotiated quote unquote soft cap needs to respect the principles of direct democracy, and a simple majority should carry the day instead of a higher threshold or a supermajority. It also not only would align with our overall approach to tools of direct democracy as envisioned in our state constitution and available on the local level through various formats, but it would also provide better alignment as to our approach with school bond issues, for example, where a simple majority would carry the day in regards to whether or not we raise revenues for facilities. So if we already commit to that approach when it comes to bond issues for facilities, we should align our thinking in regards to how we raise revenues and resources for general funds that contribute to staff, materials, and other things that fill those very facilities. So I really appreciate what Senator John Kavanaugh has done in this regard to be responsive to the concerns from our colleagues in rural areas in greater Nebraska about how the existing law may cause potential disparities. But this recognizes a nuance or perhaps an exemption or a carve out to the differences in terms of how we're structured in our urban centers in Lincoln and Omaha, for example.
1 minute.
So thank you, Mr. President. I think it is a very good faith solution to an important part of this debate that we've identified. And I really want to thank Senator John Kavanaugh for bringing it forward and encourage people to listen very carefully with an open heart and an open mind, because I do think it's important that we not set a poor precedent when it comes to what we require for a vote of the people when questions are put to them for their decision making. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duncan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of AM 1118. I feel like it always bears repeating, as Senator Kavanaugh did, that this, I believe, is meant to be a serious amendment that is, I think, attempting to address some of the issues that were raised by myself yesterday, or I guess the last time we had this debate, and this morning. And I think Senator Conrad and Senator Kavanaugh did a good job of sort of prefacing or getting into the details of why this is important. I just want to add my voice of support. I'd spoken with Senator Breezy and a number of members of the Revenue Committee about these concerns. I actually appreciated Senator Jacobson, I think, clarifying why perhaps that 60% made sense in some of the more rural areas. I think we may ultimately disagree about that, because I think I share some of the concerns about setting a precedent that anything more than a 50% plus one vote should be necessary in a public election. I fear the path that will sort of take us down, but I do at least understand the perspective that perhaps a more rural school district where the vast majority of the people who are paying those taxes come from rural areas may have a different kind of interest in the outcome of a 60% election to raise that tax asking authority versus a more urban district. And so that's part of why I appreciate Senator John Kavanaugh's amendment here. I think it's a creative solution that sort of addresses the underlying problems as were outlined by some of us with the idea of the 60%, but it also speaks towards the difference between the areas. So I would urge my colleagues to consider AM 1118. I don't believe that we should be in the business of increasing the threshold for these elections, generally speaking. The 70% of the school board, I think I understand a little bit more, and I think that Senator Breezy had already lowered that number as part of a compromise and part of an attempt to reach some common ground, which I appreciated. As I've stated multiple times, Senator Breezy, I think, has worked very hard on this bill to reach a ground that we can all agree. That being said, I do just think that when we're talking about 60% vote of the public, it puts us in a precarious situation. So overall, I just want to voice my support of AM 1118 as it pertains to the underlying amendment to 243. I think, again, there's a lot of really positive things contained in LB 243, and I've appreciated the conversations we've had. My concerns just remain long-term sustainability, but I think that we're all working hard to reach consensus on these issues. So with that, I would yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jacobson, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I did have conversations with Senator Kavanaugh, and I'm a man of my word. And as I told him before, this was my concern. I think if you look across rural Nebraska, I think it's important to understand that when you're in a rural school district, the bulk of that property tax base is in the hands of farmers and ranchers. And the smaller the communities you get to, the larger percentage of that tax base is in the hands of fewer and fewer people for the acres that it takes to be able to be a successful farmer and rancher today. And so consequently, when you look at levy overrides, it's a lot easier to be done by people who are paying less of the property taxes and harder for those people who are paying the bulk of the property taxes to stop those bond issues from moving forward. So in a perfect world, Senator Kavanaugh, you'd have moved it to 65%, just to give me a little sweetener on it. But I'm going to tell you that, as I promised you, I would vote for the amendment. I don't know that it's going to carry the day, but I'm just going to tell you I will vote for it because it's the kind of thing that I look for. And I think we need to remind people that, you know, I live in Lincoln County and I live in North Platte. So I get to vote and for the school district, North Platte Public Schools. But if you own land, which I have some farm ground in Clay County, and it's in two different school districts, I can't vote for any bond issue in those school districts, even though I pay property taxes there. That's also fundamentally wrong. But nonetheless, I get taxation without representation. So the system isn't totally fair, but I do think we need to raise that threshold to some extent. And so, as I told Senator Kavanaugh, he brought me into this, and I will vote for the amendment. And everyone else can do what they choose to do, but that's why I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. And I won't vote for the amendment. AM 1118, I do oppose that, but I certainly appreciate Senator John Kavanaugh bringing that and articulating very well why he believes it's a reasonable place to land on it. But, you know, we're going to talk about a bill here shortly, Senator Sanders' bill. It's going to propose sending $305 million per year in public education in Nebraska. I'm not going to send those kind of dollars without some safeguards in place to try to ensure that those dollars yield property tax relief. And I would anticipate that if a situation arises that a school district needs to access additional dollars, the board's going to take care of it. They're going to recognize when they have an issue. I think it would be a very, very rare circumstance when this would ever have to go to a public vote. School boards know what they need to do. If they need to access additional dollars, I believe they'll do it. And the supermajorities that we have in here relative to the board vote and to the public election, they are simply an effort to raise the bar a little bit to try to put in an additional safeguard to help protect everyday Nebraskans, everyday taxpayers. And so I will oppose AM 1118. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Jacobson for his comments, and Senator Breezy, of course, always appreciate his comments. And I just want to be clear, I'm not attempting to address the board supermajority part. But I've kind of had my disagreements with Senator Breezy on this issue for a while, back and forth. But that one I don't have a problem with. I think if you're going to have a cap and you have the board supermajority, I think that's a fair mechanism by which to do it. My issue is just specifically to the other avenue, which is the override vote of the people. And so and I really do appreciate Senator Jacobson standing up and speaking in support. And this is a very small change to this overall bill. It would affect something like 6 school districts. Maybe it's just 5, 4 in the city of Omaha and 1 in the city of Lincoln, that would have a regular majority vote of the people. They'd still have to get the 5% petition if they want to go that way, or it'd have to be recommended to be put on the ballot by the school district, and then it would have to go for that election, special election with the majority vote. So if you're in any of the other hundreds of school districts in the state, you'd still have to have the supermajority of the board or the 5% petition, or you'd still have to have the 60% vote. And to Senator Jacobson's point about raising the threshold, if we left the city school districts at 50%, I mean, I think you got a lot of room to wiggle room to change the other ones. But I'm not proposing that at this point in time. So it really is just intended to affect those school districts that don't have a large amount of ag land in their district. And if the issue here is about the disproportionate burden that a levy override has on ag land, this is the solution, because these districts do not have that disproportionate burden. And you still get to have that extra layer of protection that Senator Breezy's talking about with the 60% vote. So it doesn't change. I don't think it's going to change any of the costs with this bill. It's not going to change how this is going to play out in the majority of the districts in the state, the legislative districts or school districts. It's just going to affect how those in the 2 biggest cities are able to do one of the 2 mechanisms by which they can override. I think it really is important that unless we have an extremely good reason to divert from the standard of 1 person, 1 vote, and a majority vote wins an election, that we should stick with that. And since the conditions are not present here in those urban school districts to justify the need for that particular type of override, then I think it is important that we make the standard remain the same for those. And so that's why I'm asking for a green vote on the AM 1118. And looks like there's some other folks in the queue, so I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has any. Thank you.
Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'll be brief. I'm wholeheartedly opposed, as respectfully as I can be, to, I know Senator Kavanaugh, to AM 1118, because it makes it easier for OPS and LPS to raise property taxes on homeowners. And for me, I see that as a disservice to those property taxpayers, and I also see it as opening a door for our rural education lobbying interests to come here next year or a year or so down the road and say, well, OPS and LPS, who already receive a majority of the state's funding through TIOSA, have an easier threshold to raise property taxes on top of that. So why is it 60% for us? And I just see a real disparity there that really continues to widen the gap between how our state is funding rural schools versus urban. So I'm as opposed as a person can be to this amendment, and I'd encourage everybody to vote no on it. Thank you.
Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the amendment introduced by Senator John Kavanaugh. It is certainly very impactful for the cities of Lincoln and Omaha. And I mentioned before, it's a trust issue. You know, we want to move forward with this very transformative property tax education funding bill. We know that that is really going to make a difference in our state. But I want to tell you that when it comes to Lincoln Public Schools, it's something that the city of Lincoln is so extraordinarily proud of. And I know every community around our state of Nebraska is so very proud of the public schools in their district, in their community. But I have to tell you that this would be a measure that would probably hardly ever used, but it is that safety net that we would have an opportunity to use should some of the revenues anticipated not exceed the expenditures, to make sure we maintain that high quality public education. And I'll give you two examples. One example is special education. We know that the state of Nebraska has made a tremendous commitment to special education, and it offered to pay it to X percentage of the approval. But they have never met that obligation. And so in the budget before us, there is an 80% guarantee of funding special education to jump it and bump it up to 100%. Well, forgive me if I have a little bit of skepticism, but I am concerned. And I want to make sure that we have the tools, and it's just for Omaha and Lincoln, to be able to implement something like this. And there is a high bar, high threshold for this to go through, in the sense that the school board, the majority of the school board has to approve it, and or a petition drive. And I can tell you that every single school bond issue since I've been back in Lincoln the last 21 plus years have been approved by the voters of the city of Lincoln. Why? Because we care so much about our public education. And just an aside, I said I had another point to make. We've been doing stormwater bond issues for probably 40 years. And there has not been one storm bond issue. Not a very sexy topic. Nobody really cares about stormwater bond issues, but the fundamental thing is it's helped keep our city safe and keeping flooding under control. So they're not really jazzy issues, but people in Lincoln care about that. They want to make sure new districts are safe from flooding. They want to make sure the old districts, the heart of the city, the center of the established city, is taken care of. So when it comes to issues like education and infrastructure, Lincolnites step up big time to support these bond issues, any increase that we need to do, that we need to make sure that our public schools stay at the high quality they are. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, good afternoon, colleagues. Just wanted to reaffirm my support for this good faith compromise effort that Senator John Kavanaugh has put forward, listening very carefully to the unique considerations from our colleagues in greater Nebraska and in rural Nebraska, and listening carefully to our concerns about how this impacts our communities, which is a little bit different. And I just wanted to point out, as kind of a counterpoint to my friend Senator Slama's comments on this particular amendment, that we already recognize when it comes to school funding that one size does not fit all. And we value different types of property differently for different reasons because of those unique local considerations. So what I think this does is not only align with how we approach bond issues, but also recognizes those inherent differences in terms of how we value things for purposes of school funding. And I think that's good, because while we have a shared goal to ensure a high quality public education and to ensure tax relief, we have developed over time, and with compromise and consensus, different tools to address that. And we recognize one size does not fit all. And that's inherent not only in the valuations for purposes of school funding, but also in terms of the school aid formula itself. And so I think this is yet perhaps the most recent iteration in recognizing that we can have shared overall policy goals, but have a different nuanced approach that recognizes the different needs and different demographics of districts like Senator John Kavanaugh's or my own in an urban center, or Senator Mike Jacobson's, or Senator Tom Brandt's, or Senator Julie Slama's in a different demographic. The last piece that I would just want to correct the record on in regards to that perspective, which I really appreciate Senator Slama sharing, is just that it wouldn't make anything easier, quote unquote, easier for OPS or LPS to raise property taxes. Because remember, again, friends, this portion of the quote unquote soft cap would be subject to a will of the people. So OPS and LPS would not be able to impose anything on the citizenry, but rather it would respect the right of the people to decide whether or not to increase resources for school funding purposes. So just wanted to push back and add that helpful counterpoint in regards to Senator Slama's comments. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to add one point that I think I forgot to mention earlier, and it's kind of a response to what Senator Slama had brought up. And I appreciate the comments, and I understand some of the grief that people have with this. But in the bill, and this is going back to, I think, explaining how the bill actually works to understand why this amendment makes sense. In the bill as it's currently written, the smallest school districts can, let me back up actually. So we have a 70% vote of a school board that can go above your tax asking authority, and then we have a 60% vote of the people. Those are actually different amounts that you can increase it by. So under the language of 977, a 70% of the school board can increase the tax asking authority beyond the base growth rate to a certain set percentage that is based on the size of the school district. And one of the things that I brought up previously is that for some reason, the smallest school districts have the largest amount that increase can go by a vote of the school board. So if you are a school district, let's say of under 400 and I think it's 71 students, if 70% of your school board votes for this, then you can have your base growth plus an additional 7%. That's then tiered down based on size of school district. And so the largest school districts, one with 10,000 students or more, actually can only increase their base or their tax asking authority 4% beyond the base growth rate. And so that's one of the issues that I brought up yesterday that seemed like a problem, because these school districts that have 10,000 students or more are hypothetically the ones that are going to need to increase their asking authority by the largest amount in the event that a school has to be built, or there's some other unforeseen issue, or the valuation of land jumps in such a way that they have to make up for that. And so the 60% vote of the people, on the other hand, allows you to increase your tax asking authority to whatever they voted on. And so by specifically making it a little bit easier for these votes to happen in, for example, these larger school districts, I think that makes sense, because those school districts are the ones that have the least amount of growth they're actually allowed to obtain. And so not only does this seek to achieve a more democratic outcome in those school districts, but I think it also specifically addresses the concerns that I and others had regarding the larger school districts being limited in growth in a way that the smaller school districts are not. So yet again, I think differentiating these Omaha, Lincoln, metropolitan class, primary class school districts puts us in a position where we're not just trying to make it a little bit fairer in those more urban areas, but we're actually specifically addressing some of this issue that a number of folks have had with this tiered growth rate when the school board is voting. So I just want to point that out. I know it's kind of in the weeds. It's kind of technical. I'm happy to talk more about that with anybody if they want to talk off the mic about that. But I really do think that these school districts of 10,000 or more that are limited to 4% additional tax asking authority beyond the base growth are the ones who are going to need that growth the most. So this vote by 50% or more of the people would address that problem. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's an additional reason that this would exist for those larger school districts. And I would appreciate your support for AM 1118. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be my last time on the amendment. I think we're not too far away here. It's getting hung up, like Senator Duncan mentioned, on a very technical point. I think this is a technical amendment, and it really gets us into a sphere of policy making that I think is interesting. So AM 1118 says that we are going to treat the school districts in a city of a primary class or a metro class, so Omaha and Lincoln, differently from the rest of the state. Now, that's under the thinking that other school districts have a disproportionate amount of ag land on their tax rolls, and as such, there should be a higher threshold to prevent a disproportionate impact on ag land. So where I disagree and where I fall off the wagon on the why of this is we shouldn't be treating property taxpayers and voters differently just because they live in Omaha or they live in Lincoln. And I think it's a very subjective cutoff to say, well, it's the Omaha and Lincoln schools that have this disproportionate amount of personal property that's non-ag, so we're going to change the thresholds. So for me, it's not even necessarily about the numbers. It's just the point of we're saying that Omaha and Lincoln are special and they get a lower threshold to raise property taxes, whereas the rest of the state has a higher threshold that they have to follow. And I haven't seen any listings that say that Omaha and Lincoln have a disproportionately high amount of personal property, non-ag, compared to like Sarpy County or Grand Island. So for me, I just don't see a compelling reason to treat taxpayers of one part of the state differently than the others. So I'd encourage a red vote on AM 1118. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of AM 1118. I've really appreciated this conversation. I think Senator Slama was making some really intriguing arguments on the mic here. And I think in general, the back and forth about this amendment has given me some excitement about this discussion, which is good. So I've been in my research over the weekend on LB 243. I was reaching out to some folks in my district, and I spoke with the school districts that I represent. And the one thing that I was hearing from them overall, the concerns that I was hearing was really specifically related to the potential cap on the property taxes as like the one area that they had some concern over. I believe that AM 1118 addresses that concern. I think it's fair to say that if there's a 50+1%, in other words, a simple majority of the voters, that is up to the local school districts, and the voters should have a say in that. I think the 60% threshold is a bit aggressive. I think just a simple majority would be more representative of the actual needs of the folks in the districts, especially in larger school districts like we see in Omaha. The state does have diverse needs. So again, I appreciate what Senator Slama was saying on the mic. I think it is difficult to, this is one of the complexities. I spoke about this with LB 77 as well. We do have different needs in different areas in different parts of the states. And that's our, I think, biggest challenge as statewide lawmakers is we have to consider all those needs and what sort of best makes the argument for statewide policy. And I think that this amendment in particular says it does allow for the larger school districts to sort of charter what is most appropriate for them. That is the reason why I will be supporting this. So I'll continue to listen to the debate and consider all these with the underlying bill, LB 243. But for now, I will be supporting AM 1118. Thanks, Mr. President.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. My conclusion is going to be exactly the opposite. I am going to not support this amendment. And the reason is that I think it should be that we treat every school district the same across the state. Do think the number should be 50%, but I think it should be the same across the state. And so I kind of think this amendment is sort of like a story that I tell a lot that says that my best friend and I were roommates when I was in law school. And she was of the opinion that the kitchen trash belonged in the kitchen proper, and I was of the opinion that it belonged under the kitchen sink. But the dumbest thing we could have done is put it halfway under the sink and halfway out of the sink. So I think that's kind of what we have here, where we have a compromise that actually makes it worse, not better. So I'm not going to support it. Sorry, Senator John Kavanaugh. I think that it should be 50% across the board and not halfway for some folks and not for others. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator John Kavanaugh, you're welcome to close on AM 1118.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is 10 minutes close? Thank you. It's been so long. 5 minutes? 5 minutes. See, it's been so long. Okay, so I'll be as brief as I can. So here's where we're at. And I actually have another amendment. We'll cover this some more probably, but the Constitution of the state of Nebraska basically grants to the citizens the right to referendum and to make changes based off of a vote of the people, and that the legislature can't unduly put burdens upon that. And the court has ruled on that in a number of ways about how petitions are circulated and collected and things along those lines. We haven't to my knowledge, increased a threshold on a vote. The Constitution does set that threshold at 50% for referendums. This is akin to that. So just because it's a ballot initiative done at a local level doesn't mean that it shouldn't be held to the same standards the Constitution holds the statewide referendum. So when we've taken action to a specific end, there has to be, a compelling governmental interest for why we're doing it. And Senator Jacobson articulated, and Senator Breezy has articulated in the past, one of the compelling reasons is just to raise the threshold to make it harder for a vote to override the levy, to put a little insurance in there for the folks who are disproportionately burdened by this. And so this is a narrow tailoring of that, because the way that the bill is currently written is too expansive. It catches up school districts that are not implicated by the attempt that this bill is making to fix. So what that means is we're drafting a bill, and our argument is there's a lot of ag land that gets overtaxed by school district ballot initiatives. And so we're putting a higher threshold so the individuals who live in that rural area get a little bit more of a say in that vote. And so if that is the argument, the point is these urban school districts don't have that same issue. And so they're being covered unnecessarily. And I'm proposing to you a way in which to more narrowly tailor your approach so that it only achieves the objective you stated it is meant to achieve. And so if we do something and we have an option to do it in a more tailored way, we should do that. Now, Senator Slama made a very good point. I don't know if this should also apply to Bellevue Public Schools and some of the other schools in Sarpy County. I'm willing to figure out a way to do that. This was the quickest and cleanest way I could think of to actually narrowly tailor this amendment to only serve the purpose that is stated by the advocates for this bill. But again, it does not change that threshold for the school district or the school board to raise the tax asking. It doesn't change it for the rural schools. It only changes it for about 6 schools that are in the city of Omaha and the city of Lincoln. So this is an opportunity to do what we're saying we're intending to do. I would point out that Senator Dungan also pointed out how this bill does already treat bigger school districts and smaller districts differently in terms of what their specific tax asking lid override authority is. So we've already looked at them and said, we're treating them differently for the specific override tax asking. So this is just one other way to make the actual nature of this bill, the way it's going to go into effect, to be tailored to the specific differences of those school districts. The reason that a smaller district has a higher percentage override and a bigger district has a smaller percentage override is because a smaller district has a smaller dollar amount, so 7%. $100,000 is a much larger percentage of their override. But if OPS overrode they're asking by $100,000, it would be much smaller.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So there is a reason for that. It contemplates the difference in size of those school districts and how a percentage is going to affect them. So we treat them differently because they are different. So I've suggested a proposal here in AM 1118 that will allow us to look at these school districts as they are different and treat them as such for purposes of just the ballot initiative override vote. So I'd ask for your green vote on AM 1118. And I'm closing. Is that right, Mr. President? I see something. I'd ask for a call of the House and a roll call vote in reverse order.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
23 yeas, 3 nays, Mr. President, to go under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call.
Senators Day, Armendariz, Dover, and McDonald, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Senator Day, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are present. The question is the adoption of AM 1118. There's been a request for a roll call reverse order vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart, Voting no, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Von Gellern. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Geist. Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Duncan. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Decay. Voting no, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Vote is 13 ayes, 32 nays, Mr. President.
AM 1118.
13 ayes, 32 nays, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items, the call is, the call is lifted.
Mr. President, a series of items, new resolution LR 81 offered by Senator Bostelman and others that will be laid over. Committee on Health and Human Services reports Legislative Bill 358 and 595 to general file, as well as 570 to general file with amendments attached. In addition to that, Health and Human Services reports on confirmation of a number of gubernatorial appointments. That's all I have one other item. The Revenue Committee will meet at 3:00 p.m. under the south balcony.
Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the next amendment to the committee amendments offered by Senator John Kavanaugh, AM 1115.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to everybody who voted for that one. It was nice to see a different configuration of votes than we've seen all year. So that's, I think, a good start. We can start, moving around, not always voting the same. So I appreciate that. So those of you who maybe weren't here and didn't know what you were voting on, that was an amendment that would have allowed the city of school districts in the city of Omaha and the city of Lincoln to have a 50% threshold for a levy tax asking increase, and would have remained the same 60% threshold for rural school districts. And so the reason I proposed that originally was I had this amendment drafted and I was going to drop it, but then on Friday I heard Senator Jacobson articulate why folks wanted the 60% asking. And so I drafted a more narrowly tailored amendment, which was the last one we just voted on, that would have just set out the urban districts. And I did that because the statement from Senator Jacobson was that there's a lot of ag land out in the state that gets taxed because they're part of a school district that increases their levies, and the owners of that land only get the one vote like everyone, and they get disproportionately affected by an increase in levies, but they don't have as much of a say in the vote. So that's the argument for the higher threshold to increase the levies. So the cities of Omaha and Lincoln don't have any ag land in the city, so thought the school districts could have a lesser standard since they don't meet that requirement. So to narrowly tailor a solution. But the reason that I have been opposed to this higher threshold for tax asking votes is because the Constitution of the state of Nebraska, Article 3, Section 4, initiative or referendum, signatures required, veto, election returns, constitutional amendments, nonpartisan ballots. So everybody has a Constitution at their desk. This would be on page 9, and it basically sets out in this section rights reserved to the citizens of the state of Nebraska, and one of them is the referendum process. And it says the whole number of votes cast for governor at the general election next preceding the filing of initiative or referendum petition shall be the basis on which the number of signatures to such petition shall be computed. So it's basically saying the last gubernatorial election, that's where you get the number. The veto power of the governor shall not extend to measures initiated by a referendum of the people. Governor can't veto a referendum. A measure initiated shall become law or part of the Constitution, as the case may be, when a majority of the votes cast thereon and not less than 35% of the total votes cast at the election at which the same was submitted are cast in favor thereof, and shall take effect upon proclamation of the governor within 10 days. So what that is saying is when you have a ballot initiative that gets on the ballot by the proper mechanism, that is a simple majority vote. However, that simple majority must still be 35% of all ballots cast in that election. So you can't have a referendum that has a majority of the votes cast in the particular referendum, but is still a way under vote of that election. So the Constitution lays out a standard by which we have a 50% plus one majority for an election. So I don't think that we should diverge from that process. The reason it's in the Constitution is to make sure that we preserve majority rule in these elections, but it does set out that other standard. So, and I talked to Senator Breezy about this before I proposed it, and he doesn't even need to get on the mic, I can tell you, unless he wants to, but he's opposed to this. So my amendment, AM 1115, sets out and says, it makes basically two changes. It says that when a school district or a referendum by the citizens, collect 5%, want to put an increase in tax asking to the voters, it goes on the next general election or statewide primary ballot. So it has to be an existing election ballot, and that the result to go into effect would be 50% or the majority of the votes cast, and those votes have to be at least 35% of the ballots cast in that election. So it uses the same standard in the Constitution for the referendum process. So this is an attempt to be faithful to the Constitution. This is consistent across all districts, which is one of the complaints I heard from several people who didn't vote for the last amendment. So this addresses that concern. It keeps the ballot initiative process at 50% for every school district, but it does have that additional threshold that you can't have a very low turnout election wherein you get 50% of the vote, but it's still a very small number of people voting. So it may even make it harder in some instances for a ballot initiative to pass than the 60% threshold. I don't know that for certain, but I could speculate on that, but that's not my point. The point is not to make it harder or easier. My point is to make it faithful to our intent and to the interests of fair elections in the state of Nebraska and the principle of one person, one vote, and majority rule. So that's my proposition on this amendment. It's your second attempt to make some kind of small change to just the ballot initiative process. So again, this one doesn't change the board override. So right now under this bill, you have a levy cap with some adjustments for some calculations in there, and the board can override that with a 70% majority of the board. So in OPS, that's 7 of our 9 OPS members. And so they can raise it. I think I heard Senator Duncan say a school district size of OPS could go up to 4 more percent, so up to 7% increase in tax asking. So what this would do is allow that board, OPS board, to increase by an extra 4% through a 77-person vote, or for a majority of that board to put it on the ballot at the next election and then have an override of even more than that. And it'd have to be 50% plus 1 of at least 35% of the votes cast in that general or primary election. So it just changes that part. It leaves in the 70% for the board override. It leaves in all of the other thresholds. All it does is change the mechanism by which how we calculate the winner of that election, and keeps it at the 50% plus 1, which is the standard in the Constitution. But it does require that election actually have a turnout and have not a massive undervote from the other election. So I'd ask for your green vote on AM 1115. With that, Mr. President, I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to take a moment to address a housekeeping issue. On that last vote that we just had, we had a call of the House, and then we had a roll call vote. And I'm sure it is not the intention of this body, but when there is conversation happening on the floor during a roll call vote, it is extremely disrespectful to the clerk and the staff. Colleagues, it is extremely disrespectful to the clerk and the staff for floor conversation to be taking place during a roll call vote. And I understand when we're sitting here during a call of the House and waiting for our colleagues to arrive, that we might start having some side conversations, and it's easy to get pulled into that. But it is extremely important to remember the professionals that are sitting at the front of this room that are doing the day-to-day work of this body, and that we need to respect that work. And I have seen this happening more and more consistently during our roll call votes. And so I wanted to just acknowledge that for everyone, because I don't think anyone here intends to be disrespectful to the staff. But it is happening, and it is happening repeatedly. And I know that we all want to honor the work that those that are in this building are doing for us, especially since we are doing all of these late nights, and this is going to be exhausting work. So I think it's just important to acknowledge that when we are doing a roll call vote, we should be polite and courteous and allow the process to happen without additional noise and side conversation. So I just wanted to put that out there for everyone. Hopefully people were listening, but there we are. Senator John Kavanaugh, would you yield to a question?
Senator John Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I was trying to follow along to your explanation of this. So it's similar to the last amendment?
In the sense that it addresses the same issue, but it doesn't approach it in the same way.
Okay. That's what I was trying to figure out, because what way does it approach it?
So the last one just lowered the threshold to 50% for school districts in Omaha and Lincoln, basically. This one lowers the threshold to 50% for everyone.
Oh.
But it requires that election be held not as a standalone election. So it requires it be held with a general election or a primary election, statewide primary. And then it requires that when the ballot initiative for the override gets voted on, that 50% has to equal at least 35% of the ballots cast in that election. So
35%, the 50% must be 30, so we can't have fall off.
Right. So when you have, say, a primary vote for governor and say 1 million people vote statewide, when they get down to the ballot initiatives, maybe only 500,000 people will vote.
Right.
So for this in that instance, if you have 1 million statewide ballots and only 500,000 are cast on the ballot initiative, you'd need at least 350,000 of them for the ballot initiative to pass.
This is a very serious question. Did you work with your mom on all of this math? Because this seems like some real Kate Kavanaugh level math.
No, I got it from the Nebraska State Constitution.
Oh, okay.
This is the language in the Constitution for how we calculate the winner of a ballot initiative.
Okay, so it's reflective of ballot initiative math.
Yes, it is. It's how the Constitution of Nebraska says that you can win a ballot initiative. And
It just happens to be something that Kate Kavanaugh would enjoy, doing that level of math.
She might. You can ask her.
She probably would. I will ask her. All right. Well, thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. I think I'm about out of time, and I just got back in the queue, but I actually might get out of the queue because I have the next amendment that I really want to get to, because it's a white copy amendment to this bill, and it is the amended version of LB 79, which is Senator Erdman's priority bill, the consumption tax, because I am just a sucker for an interesting conversation. So I actually think I will get out of the queue.
Thank you, Senator. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close on AM 1115.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate the interest from Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. I think people kind of use their interest on this particular subject matter on the last one. And I really did enjoy the engagement from everybody on that last part. But I do think the reason I brought this amendment, and it's an important conversation to have. And part of it is when we are passing laws that affect the rights of the citizens of the state of Nebraska, we do need to be cognizant of how those laws and our attempts to constrain the rights interplay with the Constitution. And the Constitution clearly states how initiative processes should work, and the courts have clearly spoken that we shall not infringe upon them in any undue way. And so this is my concern about the way this bill is currently drafted, is that it is an undue burden on the rights of the citizens to engage in the initiative process. And so the Constitution sets out a metric under which initiative votes shall be counted and cast. And that's the exact language that I mirror in this amendment. So this is the language that the Constitution of the State of Nebraska sets out for how to determine a winner or what is a prevailing issue on a ballot initiative. So just to go back to the example that Senator Michaela Kavanaugh presented, the difference is under LB 243 as drafted, you could have a ballot initiative, say, in a school district where 1,000 people vote and 600 of them would be required to override the levy. So that's the vote right there, okay? So if you adopt AM 1115 and you have a ballot initiative that is on a regular primary or general election ballot, and you have higher voter turnout because it's not a special election, and you have 2,000 people vote, you would be required to get at least 700 votes in that election. So the threshold is actually, in terms of actual number of voters, is really going to be higher under AM 115 under most scenarios, because they will not be standalone special elections. They will be on the general election ballot. But it would still be faithful to the one person, one vote, because it would have to be the majority of the votes cast in that election. So you can't have drop off. So even if you got 600 votes on the general election ballot, that may be more than 50% of the votes cast in that general election ballot initiative portion, but it would still be less than the number required to override to get to that 35%. So this is not, I think a lot of people look at these things and I propose an amendment and say, oh, this is just going to be easier to get this adopted. The whole intention is to cut an end run around this process that Senator Reese has created. That's not the case at all. here. This is an attempt to be faithful to the Constitution, to make sure that when we do have these votes, that it fits within the confines of how elections have always been run in this state, and that we're not creating a new system. So my intention is not to make it easier, it's just to be more faithful to that system. I do think in some instances, it'll be harder to pass the ballot overrides. It's not going to be harder in all instances. It's just going to be a different mechanism by which we do that. So I'd ask for your green vote on AM 1115. And I guess we're getting to a vote. I'll do a call of the House, and I'll do a roll call vote in regular order.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. There's been a request for a call of the House. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
13 ayes, 5 nays to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. All senators, please return to your desk and record your presence. All those unauthorized individuals on the floor, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Frederickson, Armendariz, Vargas, DeBoer, Dover, Bostar, and Dungan, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. The question is the adoption of AM 1115. There's been a request for a roll call vote, regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Geist. Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Cowth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 15 ayes, 31 nays, Mr. President.
The amendment is not adopted. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, I have no items at this time. Next amendment. We are back to the adoption of the committee amendments, Mr. President.
Returning to debate on AM 977. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. We are getting close to the end of debate on this bill. So since we are voting on the underlying amendment, I thought it worth revisiting the underlying amendment. So on Friday, lose track of the days, on Friday, the introducer, Senator Breezy, handed out this PowerPoint slide. It's the orange PowerPoint with white font, and then the next slides are white with black font. It says Revenue Committee, LB 243 AM 977. It was distributed on Friday, so hopefully you still have it hanging around your desk, but it goes through and tells you what all the different bills are. And there's quite a few in here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Am I counting that correctly? No, sorry. One of those discontinued. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's 6 bills. 2 of the slides were just LB 589 continued. That is the Adopt the School District Property Tax Limitation Act. So again, one of my main concerns in this package that we discussed earlier this morning with Senator DeBoer's amendment is the agreement that we had when we passed 1107, that if there is a growth over 5%, that it's not automatic, and that the legislature would take it upon itself to discuss and decide if we wanted to take that growth over 5% and put it towards the property tax credit fund. that was the agreement. This is the first year we are going to have growth over that 5%. And this language in this amendment strikes that from statute. So now we're taking away our own say, I guess is what we're doing. We're saying that it doesn't matter what the growth is, no matter what, it's going here. So I think that's unfortunate because that was a really big part of the conversation around 1107. For the record, I did not vote for 1107. So I guess you're not breaking a deal with me because I opposed the entire package back in 2020. So that's one of the concerns. The other concern is just the massive tax cuts that we're seeing here, or not tax cuts, I guess, shifting of the revenue. And without the budget coming out, it's hard to, in good conscience for me, it's hard for me to vote for these types of bills and these types of packages because it really is dependent on what the budget is, what's in the budget, what are we funding, and what are we leaving off the table when that budget comes to the floor. So these are sort of my top line concerns with LB 243 and its amendment 977. I also think that this is a pretty large package and there hasn't been a great deal of engagement around it. I mean, besides Senator Breezy, the senators who have bills within this package, we've heard very little from. I don't think Senator Merman or Senator Boastar have even spoken today in the almost 5 hours of debate that we've had. So it's disappointing that those that even have bills within this package would not participate in the conversation about this package.
1 minute.
But I guess that's where we are at. So I will yield the remainder of my time because I have an amendment after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak. Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized. No. Senator Linehan to close on AM 977. Senator waves closing. The question is the adoption of AM 977. All those in favor vote aye. All those request for a call of the House. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record.
25 ayes, 4 nays, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Dover, Holdcroft, Bostman, Ibach, and Ballard, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are present. The question is the adoption of AM 977. There's been a request for a roll call vote, regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Not voting, Senator Decay. Yes. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Yes. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Yes. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Geist. Voting yes, Senator Halloran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Yes. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gellern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 41 ayes, no nays, Mr. President.
AM 977 is adopted. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, one item, your Committee on Education reports Legislative Bill 516 to general file with committee amendments attached. Next item, as it relates to LB 243, Senator Breezy would move to indefinitely postpone the bill.
Senator Breezy, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. Thank you, everyone, for your vote on the committee amendment, and it's a good place to be supporting the taxpayers of Nebraska. And before we get to a cloture vote on this, let's just remember what we're doing here. The amended version of LB 243 is going to increase the statutory minimum in the property tax credit fund, put it in an escalator, and that's going to be direct property tax relief to everyday Nebraskans. It removes the 5% cap on the allowable growth rate of the 1107 credit, and that too is going to be tax relief for Nebraska, and it's going to help keep our property taxpayers whole. It also puts in place a revenue cap on schools to protect our taxpayers with several exceptions, and those exceptions ensure that our public schools can still do their job. They can still educate our kids. They can still do the outstanding job that they've been known to do in the past, but at the same time, we're going to protect our taxpayers with that cap. The bill also removes the taxing authority of the community colleges, but it'll replace those dollars with state dollars. That too is going to benefit everyday Nebraska taxpayers. We're going to increase the interest rate on property tax refunds. We're also going to put in place needed change to the Turk Commission. The entire package that we're talking about here, or this component of the big package, which is in LB 243, is going to provide substantial property tax relief for everyday Nebraskans. But it's still going to protect the ability of our K-12 schools and our community colleges to do their jobs. And we come to a cloture vote on this. I think you want to be on the right side of this, in my opinion, and the right side of this is on behalf or voting with the taxpayers. So I've certainly encouraged your green vote when we get there. And with that, I will withdraw my IPP motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Motion 174 is withdrawn. Senator Breezy waives. Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would offer AM 1134 to LB 243.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So AM 1134 is a white copy amendment to LB 243. It is actually the amendment to LB 79, and I wonder if Senator Erdman wants to speak on this bill. I could yield him time. Yes, I would yield my time to Senator Erdman so that he can explain this bill.
Senator Erdman, you have 9 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this. What I did before Senator Cavanaugh introduced this, I handed out to her an index, and that index relates to the Amendment 314. And so every item that's included in the consumption tax nuts and bolts bill is indexed so you can find it easily. But let me just hit some of the highlights. So we've been talking about property tax relief here for about 3 or 4 days. We've been talking about income tax relief as well. So when we were discussing how this is going to work and the formula that it's going to be used, and soon we're going to be talking about the TIOSA formula, which only, I don't know who I would say understands that. But anyway, what we're going to do, the nuts and bolts of the consumption tax proposal replaces TIOSA with a common sense formula that anybody can understand. And it gives us an opportunity to fund the public schools according to the Constitution that said, excuse me, it's a state's obligation to provide free instruction in the common schools K through 12. And so what we will do under the consumption tax proposal as far as funding schools, every school has to have a classroom and a teacher, and there'll be a basic foundation aid for that purpose. And then we will score each school according to their specific needs, such as English learners, special ed, distance traveled that the school district has to travel to have school, and any other consideration that needs to be taken into effect about how we fund them. Our goal is to make sure that every school gets the funding necessary to accomplish what they have currently been accomplishing in a different way that's objective instead of subjective. And so when we do that, we will set up also, we're going to set up 3 separate funds for each school to draw from, and those funds will be for growth, student growth in your population growth. There'll be a fund for repairing and maintenance of facilities, and there'll also be a fund set up for if you have an emergency. So we'll have three funds set up that they can draw from those so they don't have to be concerned about losing the revenue. And when it comes to counties and cities and all other units of government, we will do a very similar thing. We will set up funds for those as well. And so our intention is when it's first introduced the first year, that we will ask the schools to submit their budget plus a 2% increase in their last 5-year annual budget. And the purpose for the 2% was to make up for inflation. And so as we move forward and we decide how we're going to do the distribution, I think it's important that we have these things in place so that when we pass this in 24, when the voters vote on this and it passes, in 25, we just come in and implement the nuts and bolts bill for the consumption tax distribution. And so as we talked about this over the last year and a half or so, we've had a committee. That committee has been made up of several individuals, including county board members, school board members, superintendents of schools. We've had people from the Revenue Committee meet with us. We've met several times. There's about 22 people on this committee. We've tried to come up with what we think is the answer to the distribution, and it gives us an opportunity to have a thorough discussion about what the distribution would look like. That has been one of the things that has always plagued us when trying to explain what the consumption tax is going to do is we didn't have a distribution model. We now have that, and I have the index so that you don't have to read through the whole bill to find certain things that you're looking for. So that is an overview, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. That's an overview of what the nuts and bolts bill is to trying to accomplish. It would be very similar to a trigger bill that once this went into place, this would come into effect. And so we intend to put this on the ballot in 24. We are now currently doing a petition drive, and we have found that the general public is very receptive of the petition drive. And the petition drive, what it will do, it'll place this on the ballot in 24 for your consideration to eliminate inheritance tax, personal and corporate income tax, real property tax, and also property tax on your equipment. So we will do that. We also have the second petition, and that is to eliminate food from being included in the consumption tax. And as I've said earlier on the mic, we thought it would be very, very beneficial to exempt food so that low-income people will have an opportunity to save money and be in a better position than they currently are under our current system. So that's an overview of what the nuts and bolts bill will do. And I do appreciate having the opportunity this afternoon to talk about that. Thank you.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you have 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Senator Erdman. I appreciate you walking us through this. It is a very complicated proposal, and I appreciate you've put a lot of effort into this. I think we both realize that it's probably not going to get attached today, but I thought we're having this conversation, and if I'm taking time, we may as well take time on something a little bit interesting, right? So that's kind of how we got to where we are today. Senator Erdman did send me this index for it's AM 314 to LB 79, which is the underlying bill. And as I've said previously, there's some things about the EPIC tax, consumption tax, that I am very intrigued by the concept of it. And I also like that Senator Erdman has worked on this for several years, and we've had some really interesting and fun conversations about it over the years. I have to be honest, I am still trying to figure out what all this particular one does, but now that I have the reading material, I'm definitely going to take the time to learn more about it. I did notice well, maybe I'm probably going to be out of too much time. I am, Senator Erdman, on my next time on the mic, if you don't mind, ask you some questions about some of the items on here, because it is very detailed. And I'm curious about how we got to that level of detail. So that's something I might ask you on my next time on the mic. So this is a bill that, again, Senator Erdman talked about it, that eliminates a lot of the tax loopholes, and it's a consumption tax. It's based on consumption. He has made an exception for food, which is always been one of my big opposition points, is taxing of food, because food is not a choice. It's not something that you decide to spend money on or not spend money on. I mean, some people do because they have to ration their funds, but it's an essential need. So it's not really a consumable good in the way that other things are. And so I appreciate taking that into consideration, the basic needs of society, which is food is definitely high on there. I do wonder, how much time do I have?
1 minute, 20 seconds.
Okay. One question I'm going to ask on my next round is about medicine, if this tax is medicine. I do notice that it is a 7% tax, and I was reading page 7, line 3 of the amendment is the 7.5% rate. And
1 minute.
Thank you. And it very clearly states that the rate of the consumption tax shall be 7.5% until changed by the legislature. So that is something that also piqued my interest, because there's a question about, is this tax rate high enough? And this is very clearly stating that there's not some sort of automatic mechanism to raise taxes. We would have to, as a legislature, adjust it from that 7.5% to ensure that we were covering our costs. In a lot of ways, I like that because it creates some accountability to the legislature. But also, we're going to have to be really good stewards of the taxpayer dollars with these cash receipts, because it is really hard to raise taxes. We love to cut taxes. We do not like to raise taxes. So
That's your time, Senator.
thank you.
And you are next in the queue.
Thank you. I will take this time and ask if Senator Erdman would yield to a question.
Senator Erdman, will you yield to a question?
Yes, I would.
Thank you so much, Senator Erdman. Was I correct? You exempt food from taxing in this?
Correct.
Okay. What about medications?
Medications, any out-of-pocket costs, Senator, you would have a consumption tax on those.
Out of pocket. So if you get a prescription, you'd pay consumption tax on a prescription?
If you had an insurance company paying for the prescription, there would be no consumption tax between the insurance company and the pharmacy.
Okay.
If you had an out-of-pocket cost, there'd be consumption tax on that portion.
So if you had a copay?
Copay.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Yep.
Okay. My next question is, in looking over the index here, it is very detailed, and like one of the items are compensation for alternative region board member is $10K. So that specifically wasn't a question, but more you have several items like that outlined. Did you have to go through everything that we fund in the budget?
No, what that is, Senator Kavanaugh, what that is, we've broken the state down into 5 regions.
Okay.
And each region will have one representative for the counties and the cities and the schools, and counties and cities, NRDs and those things, and one for the schools. So there'll be 2 representatives. Their job is only to collect the budgets from 18 or 19 counties in that region, make a culmination of all those budgets and send those to the state for distribution of the funds.
Okay.
So their job is just to put those together. Their job will be to analyze to see if the schools met their statutory requirements of 2.5% or major vote of the board 3% or 3.5%. Whatever the statute requirements are now, that's what will be required then, and it's their job just to see if they meet those requirements.
Okay. So these region members, is this a new thing then that's part of your legislation, or is this an existing thing that I'm just not familiar with?
They will be included in the nuts and bolts or distribution model that we're going to put in place.
Okay.
The constitutional amendment is a single subject.
Right.
And so that's why none of this is included in the constitutional amendment. This will come later. It'll be very similar, Senator Kavanaugh, when in 1967, the voters removed property tax for the state. And when the body arrived in January of 67, they had no form of revenue. And so what they had to decide and set up is the Department of Revenue to collect income tax and also the same provision so they could collect sales tax. So what my goal is to have this in place, have a discussion on the floor how we're going to implement this and make the distribution so that when this goes into effect in 26, we've already made that decision in 25, and this is the base model that we work from to get to that.
Okay. That I think I'm understanding. Okay. So the single subject, because when you were talking about this in the ballot and all of that, how do you do something this big and this comprehensive in the single subject? How's that going to work?
Well, how it's set, what the wording is, there should be no tax collected except the consumption tax and an excise tax. And so the taxes that are going to be eliminated, as I mentioned earlier, are the income tax, the sales tax, the property tax, as well as inheritance tax. Those are all going to go away, and that's what the single subject rule is. We're dealing with elimination of those taxes. The second ballot language says exempt food from consumption tax. That's a single subject.
So will you have two
ballots.
two initiatives?
Yeah, there'll be 2 votes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that because you know how much the food exemption is important to me. So
That's our goal. We didn't want to try to do them both together because we didn't want to run into the
1 minute
end of time and wind up having a double subject and lose the whole thing.
Right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
I think I'm slowly starting to understand
All right.
this very complicated bill.
It is complicated. I appreciate the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I probably could ask Senator Erdman questions for hours, but I know we don't have that kind of time. So I'm sure when we get to his actual bill, we will have that discussion at that time. So I will yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Just want to stand up and reiterate what I had mentioned earlier about the importance of this bill, this amendment to the amended version of LB 243, the importance of this to everyday Nebraska taxpayers. And again, we also have to remember that this is part of a package, this is part of an overall comprehensive package that's going to provide income tax relief to everyday Nebraskans, going to provide income tax relief to our seniors. It's going to put a substantial amount of money into our school systems. It's going to increase special ed funding in Nebraska. It's going to put dollars into the property tax credit fund. It's going to cap school revenue growth. Senator Bostar's component of LB 754 is going to help young couples pay for childcare costs. It's going to encourage investment in childcare. And so there really is a whole lot riding on this overall package. And I would strongly encourage everyone to get behind the package, support the package. A green vote on LB 243, a green vote on other components of the package is going to be very much appreciated by your constituents. We need to get behind this, and the package needs to stay together. We have to respect the package for the reasons I just mentioned. Those components, those individual components are too valuable to too many Nebraskans to jeopardize this. And so, as I said earlier, you want to be on the right side of this thing, in my opinion. I hate to talk about the right and the wrong side of anything, because that's always in the eye of the beholder. It's a matter of perspective. But I think here you need to recognize the perspective of everyday Nebraskans. And in this particular circumstance, everyday Nebraska property taxpayers. They will really appreciate your support of LB 243, and at the end of the day, of the entire package. I do look forward to the discussion on Senator Sanders' bill coming up when we talk about putting additional dollars into public schools in Nebraska. It's about time we did that, and we're going to ensure that those dollars yield property tax relief, and that's one of the important, that's the importance of this cap that we have in this particular bill. But with that said, I would encourage your strong support and your green vote of LB 243. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Breezy would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Breezy, for what purpose do you rise?
I would request a call of the House, and then I would like a roll call vote in regular order, please. Thank you.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 yeas, 1 nay to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. The first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. There's been a request for a roll call vote, regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Not voting, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Not voting, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Geist. Voting yes, Senator Halloran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Voted 43 yeas, no nays to invoke cloture, Mr. President.
The motion for cloture is adopted. The next vote is on the adoption of AM 1134. Mr. Clerk. Okay, all those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's a request for roll call vote on the adoption of AM 1134. Reverse order. Mr. Clerk. No.
No. Yeah.
Order.
Yeah.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Voting no, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Geist. Voting no, Senator Halloran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Voting no. Voted 7 ayes, 41 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is the advancement of LB 243 to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, 1 nay on the advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 243 advances to ENR initial. Raise the call. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next bill, Legislative Bill 583. The first item for consideration is a motion from Senator Hunt pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3 to indefinitely postpone the bill.
Rule
583 as amended by AM 970. LB 583 is the operational part of Governor Pillen's historic investment in kindergarten through 12th grade public education in the state of Nebraska. LB 583 will increase funding for all 244 school districts across the state. This body has spent countless hours looking at multiple ways of increasing funding to Nebraska public schools. The education community has come to us year after year concerned that Nebraska ranks 49th in the country in state funding for public schools. LB 583 will change that. This bill would be the largest increase of state aid for public education in Nebraska history when passed by the legislature. LB 583 has 4 pieces to it. The first is special education funding. Under this bill, the state will ensure that schools are provided 80% of their special education funding needs when combined with federal funding. This is something that school districts have been left behind on for years. For far too long, special education needs have not been met. This new money will flow through the TIOSA formula, which is the Tax, Equity, and Education Opportunities Support Act. This funding will be paid for completely by new Education Future Fund that will be created with LB 681. The second piece is called Foundation Aid. Under this proposal, school districts will receive $1,500 for each formula student. The state of Nebraska will provide a guaranteed amount of aid for each student in this state. Each and every student will be invested in by the state. This is another large leap forward for Nebraska's public education. 23% of this aid will be paid for by the Education Future Fund. In year 3, only 60% of foundation aid will be counted as a resource when determining equalization aid. This helps the equalized school districts because without this change, equalized schools would see their new funding offset by a decrease in equalization aid in year 3. This approach helps provide state aid to equalized schools at comparable levels as in years 1 and 2. This means $600 per student per school will not be counted as a resource beginning in year 3. The third piece of this legislation implements a reporting requirement by the school districts. This allows the legislature to analyze whether schools are providing taxpayers property tax relief with the new state aid. Schools will submit a report that includes the amount of additional aid received and the amount by which property tax are reduced. This report will be submitted to the governor, the education committee, chairman, chairperson, and the clerk of the legislature. The final piece of this bill will make sure that foundation aid does not follow a net option student. Currently, when a student options into a new district, about $11,000 follows that student from the state. This ensures that school districts do not receive duplicate funding by receiving both foundational aid and net option aid. Colleagues, my office has provided resources at your desk to aid you in understanding the TIOSA formula and how LB 583 would be implemented. You can find breakdowns of the 2023 and the 2024 state aid calculations in the packet labeled A1 in the top right-hand corner. In the packet labeled A2, you will find a summary of the calculated needs for each school district for those same years. There is a graphic that summarizes the formula along with the list of mill levies for each school district. Finally, and most importantly, there is a sheet providing a district-by-district breakdown. If you have any questions as you look through your materials, or you wish to understand more about how this bill would impact your district, myself and my staff will be located under the south balcony, and we would be happy to assist you. LB 583 passed the Education Committee with support from across the political spectrum. The bill was also supported by a vast array of organizations, including, but not limited to, the Nebraska Cattlemen, the Nebraska Association of School Boards, ARC of Nebraska, the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, Americans for Prosperity, Nebraska Rural Community School Association, and many more. I would like to thank Governor Pillen for asking me to bring this bill on his behalf, and I also want to thank his staff for their support. It is time that Nebraska gets behind funding our public schools, and while doing so, provide true property tax relief to Nebraskans. I ask you to support LB 583 and the committee amendment AM 970. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. As the clerk indicated, there's a motion to indefinitely postpone. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to open on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. This motion to indefinitely postpone LB 583 pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3 is a motion reflecting my opposition, which I came by honestly. When we passed the rule change to allow us to only file 3 motions per bill, and Senators Michaela Cavanaugh and Danielle Conrad and I then promptly filed all 742 motions that would have been possible. This is one that I will keep up there because I do have honest opposition to this bill. I'm told that this bill taken on its own is going to be a good thing with additional funding for all schools, but when considered in combination with the proposed revenue cap that we just advanced in LB 243, schools wouldn't be able to use all of those funds because the majority of the increased aid will have been used to reduce property taxes. So the increased aid wouldn't be new dollars for schools, but rather replacement dollars for what they're losing in the property tax levying authority under LB 243 that I think this body is going to be likely to pass. I want to talk a little bit about my opposition to this bill, and this is opposition that comes from my public school district and also from teachers and parents in my district who have been following the legislature's efforts to equalize school funding and make sure that we bring Nebraska up from the very bottom of the rankings in school funding in our country, but who think that LB 583 is not the right way to do it. To summarize some of the points that were made in the Nebraska Examiner recently, Governor Jim Pillen's plan to further restrict spending by local school boards is not going to be the right solution to the problem of school funding. It says officials pointed out that school districts already deal with 2 caps that limit tax levy increases and budget increases. They questioned how a new cap would interact with those. Cheryl Logan, the superintendent of Omaha Public Schools, said LB 589 in LB 583 would make it harder for schools to do the job they were elected to do. How are we supposed to attract new teachers when our resources are being choked off? Asked Dave Welch, the president of the Milford School Board. So one of my problems is that schools may receive additional funds, but they would not then be able to spend them because then those funds would have to be used to reduce property taxes. The special education and foundation aid provisions of AM 970 send additional resources to schools. However, the majority of the increased aid must be used to reduce property taxes because of the property tax revenue caps in LB 243 as amended by AM 977. I filed several amendments on this bill that address problems with special education funding, that remove the foundation aid portions of the bill that Omaha Public Schools opposes, and that include some provisions for non-discrimination for schools that benefit from this aid. But I also want to talk about the greater problem that we're facing in this body. And I'm happy to take every opportunity possible between now and the end of the session or until we reach a resolution on this problem to talk about it. By advancing an anti-trans healthcare bill, a bill that takes away essential medical care for some of the most vulnerable people in our state, this body has made its priorities clear that they care more about hate and discrimination than they do about progress, than they do about workforce development, than they do about moving this session forward. And we do not have any serious people at the table willing to find a resolution to this problem. So what's the outcome right now? There's people in the lobby, there's people in this body who are saying that the people holding up the session are extremists and that they're bringing an extremist ideology to this legislature. But I wonder why people like Senator Kauth aren't called extremists. Why aren't all of those of you who supported that bill called extremists? You're the ones who, even though you admit you don't like the bill and you don't support the bill, refuse to come off of it. It passed by one vote, one of you, let alone maybe a block of like 8 of you, couldn't hang together to prevent LB 574 from advancing. You only have yourselves to blame for that. I think that it's a shame how we've seen in recent years that it's become so much more increasingly common for politicians to focus on culture war issues to gain political support, whether that's the kind of culture war light stuff that we've typically dealt with in the past that I would categorize as opposition to LGBTQ workplace discrimination, or restrictions on abortion care, not a ban, but just the chipping away that we've had over the last 40 years in this legislature, to promoting discriminatory policies against certain groups of people. And unfortunately, this approach has become so normalized that many politicians who hold these discriminatory views, who introduce the bills that promote these discriminatory views, they're not seen as extremist. They're not seen as the radicals that they are, as the people stoking these fires and promoting this division that they are. And this is a dangerous trend that has to be stopped. I'm standing on the side of people who say enough is enough with the division, enough is enough with the discrimination and hatred, enough is enough with the stoking of fear and anger that's led to violence, direct violence against the trans community in Nebraska and around the country. I'm standing on the side of people that is standing against the forces that have caused 3 hospitals in Idaho to stop offering OBGYN care at all. Hospitals in Idaho who are saying because of abortion restrictions, we're not even going to do OBGYN gynecological care. We're not going to deliver babies anymore at all. Very pro-life of you. That's the side that you stand on. The problem with the normalization of extremist views is that it allows these views to spread and become normal and become typical. And then when somebody finally stands up and puts a stake down in the ground and says, it's not going farther than this, then that person looks extreme. But I maintain me and my comrades in this, my friends, my people who are behind me, we're the normal ones, trust me. We're reflecting what most Nebraskans think, what most Republicans think, for that matter. And we're reflecting the values that will move this body forward, that will move this legislative session forward so that we can talk about other issues. When politicians promote discriminatory policies, they are legitimizing discrimination. They're legitimizing discriminatory views. By Senator Kathleen Kauth introducing a bill that bans essential health care for kids, she's saying discrimination is normal and good, and I support it, and it should be normal for us to do. And this leads to a ripple effect across politics, across political bodies, across cities, across the entire country, with more and more people adopting these extremist beliefs without examining them and without examining the effects of those beliefs.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, that has serious consequences. It has serious consequences for your legislative session and your bills, but it especially has serious consequences when those beliefs are used to justify discrimination and violence. Another problem with the normalization of these extremist views is that they've led to lack of progress on other important issues. When you are all focused on culture wars, focused on critical race theory and trans whatever, and the type of thing that makes people call my office and send me emails calling me a groomer and a pedophile, when you're all focused on making those the focus of this legislature, you're not focused on the real problems facing your communities. Instead of working on policies that will help create jobs or help lower taxes or help tax equalization and help funding for schools, you're wasting your time promoting hate and discrimination.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand opposed to Senator Hunt's motion. And I have lots of questions for Senator Sanders and would ask if she would answer some questions on the underlying bill.
Senator Sanders, will you yield to some questions?
Yes, I would.
Senator Sanders, I'm looking forward to AM 1124 because I think it's going to solve some of the problems that I have questions about. So hopefully Senator Brandt will be coming up on the mic soon. So I'm looking at the Pillen plan, and I noticed that it lowers the levies across the board, but low levy districts get as much as high levy districts. Can you explain to me how that's equitable? Am I missing something on that?
Let me get that information for you. And are you talking a certain school district particularly or overall?
It's on multiple school districts.
Okay,
so
let me get that information for you.
It's on your chart.
Okay.
So I note that I'm just going to try and kind of do this so you have time to get all the answers. So it draws from foundational aid, if I read this correctly. And so 1,500 per student sounds really great, but what about in more rural areas? If a school loses, say, like, I don't know, 8 students, 10 students, isn't that like a huge funding jump? Because we are losing rural students because we're losing rural families at a very high rate. Is there anything that fixes that?
That's certainly something we can look at, but 1,500 was a number for each student, no matter rural, city, urban.
But not if they lose those students.
Correct.
So they lose that funding. So how many schools, again, will be losing equalization funding?
244 school districts.
And then I gotta ask, is the special ed funding increased to 80%? Is that to bribe like our bigger schools for support in year 3? Because it
I'm
kind of looks
sorry,
like
I can't
that.
hear you.
Is the special ed funding that's increased to 80%, is that like meant to kind of bribe our bigger schools in year 3?
I don't see it as bribe other schools. I see it that we finally can get to at least 80%, which approximately 40% has been the max of reimbursement for special education.
That's fair. And I'm sorry to put it in such a blunt way, but I thought it'd be easier than beating around the bush. So, so here's one of the concerns I have when I read this bill, Senator, is like our governor has stated multiple times in forums that I've heard that local control is the reason for excessive general fund levies for our schools. And that, to me, I think there's like a little bit of a misunderstanding. When you look at the diversity of our different schools, when it comes to the resources and needs for those particular schools. So say schools that have like 500K in valuation per student, isn't it going to be hard for them to generate the funds that they need for the resources that they might need for their students with this bill?
I think it should help them.
In what way?
The intent is to help every school and to find out, the TIOSA formula is what are their resources, what do they need, and fill that gap. And this is a great start. I mean, that is the intent of the governor, is to fill that gap.
And I do understand what the intent is, and I'm not sure we're meeting the intent. So I do look forward to Senator Brandt's amendment, because I feel that by combining those two, all the concerns that I have about your bill, LB 583, I can't see the board, I want to say 583. I feel like that's going to fill in the gaps. So I'll look forward to the answer for the first question, and I do appreciate your time.
1 minute.
So with that, I would say I definitely have concerns about the underlying bill, not its intent, but I think there's some unanswered questions. I'm hoping we actually do have debate on this bill, and we can hear some of the answers on the mic so they're on record. And I do look forward to hearing more about the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 583 and against motion 680. And I thank Senator Sanders for bringing this. Really appreciate her work on this. And this bill truly represents a step in the right direction. I think Senator Raybould hit on this last week when she talked about the lack of school funding coming from the state level in Nebraska, suggesting we're 49th in the country in the percentage of K-12 education derived from the state. I don't know if that 49th number is completely accurate anymore, but it's somewhere right in that area, 45th through 49th. And that's especially true. This disparity, this discrepancy in funding is especially true in rural Nebraska, where often less than 10% of a school's budget is derived from the state. My home district derives about 6.5% of its overall budget from state aid. And I can go the other direction down the road 6 miles from my house, and there's a district that gets, if my numbers are right, 0.8% of its budget from state aid. And somebody earlier talked about equity and what's equitable. And I'll tell you one thing, getting 0.8 of your funding, 0.8% from your funding from the state, when some urban schools get 50 to 60%, that's not equitable. In fact, that's unconscionable. You know, we talk all the time about reducing property taxes, and some insist the way to reduce our reliance on property taxes is to increase state aid to education. Well, folks, here's our chance to do it. It's time to step up and inject some fairness into how we fund public schools in Nebraska. Nebraskans deserve this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senator Sanders' 583 and against the motion to indefinitely postpone. So I have worked on this since I've been here, school funding, and we always run into this, is it fair? On the 80%, we have worked, Senator Wishart and others have worked on trying to get every child in Nebraska 80% of their special ed funding since we've been here. Now, Senator Blood said something about a bribe. It's not a bribe. The reality is, currently under the system, your special ed needs go into the formula, and many of the bigger, more equalized school districts were already at almost 80% of the special ed needs being paid for by the state. Then you go to the other end of the spectrum, to an unequalized small NERCSA school or Stance school, they were getting 40% of their special ed needs. So I think what we need to do is remember here, we're talking about the students in each school. Is it fair that a student in one school district that's highly equalized would get 80% of their special ed costs covered, and a student in another district would get 40%? And the only difference between the needs would be which school district they're in. I don't think that's fair. I have not thought it was fair since I got here. Now, there's been a lot of like winks and nods about how special ed really works, but when the governor spent a lot of time with a lot of different school districts and a lot of school board members, they came up with an answer to how to make sure the big schools, the GNSA schools, were treated fairly. And that is why we're going to, in the third year, take, I don't remember, it's 40% or 60% of the foundation funding won't be included in the formula. I'm not thrilled with that, but this package was built so it could get enough votes to pass. There's no way to move us from 49th in the country in state funding, whether it's 47, 48, whatever it is, up unless we put more state funding in schools. And just to clarify, because this gets very confusing, and ever since I've been here, too many people have liked to use that 48, 47, 49 number as somehow we're not funding our schools. Where we are per student spending is 22nd in the country out of 51, because that includes DC. So we spend, I just pulled this up off the Department of Ed's website, if I can find it. It's over $14,123 per student last school year. Again, let me say it, $14,123 per student is what we spend. So that puts us at 22nd in the nation. 22nd after New York, they spend more. It also costs a lot more to live there. DC, they spend more. Again, it costs a lot more to live there. Connecticut spends more, costs a lot more. Most of the states that are above us are in the Northeast and in California. We are not a laggard when it comes to spending in education. So that 49 number, as Senator Breezy said, the only way to move us out that 49% is to put more state funding in school. And this isn't just a little dribble. This is over $300 million a year. So 3 years, that's $1 billion. And the schools have been in the room since last summer, coming to an agreement. And my understanding, and I didn't agree to all the agreements, I didn't. But I will support this if it goes with the package. This has to be part of the package. And if we tinker with it, the whole house falls apart. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wayne, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then I guess the whole package might have to fall today. If Nebraska leaders are truly committed to funding education and being equitable and fair, then we have to make sure this bill actually reflects that. See, whether it's our budget or whether it's a money bill that I call a bill that has a significant A note, that budget or that bill reflects our values. Words on a piece of paper without funding behind them are just that, words. the money we put behind it actually shows us what we're really trying to do and the valuation or the values we have for this state. I know this isn't easy, and Senator Breezy and I have had this conversation for 7 years now. But at the end of the day, the formula isn't working. At the end of the day, we are picking winners and losers instead of just funding kids. Inequitable school funding is one of the first systematic barriers that young people of color and low income face in this state. And this bill does nothing to address that. In fact, if you are a majority minority district or you are of high poverty district, you only get special education funding, especially if you're an equalized school district. So what we're saying is maybe those schools only have special education kids. Some of us have looked at this in depth. And the more I keep looking at it, the more I keep saying, this is that quiet racism we do in a body, where we tweak formulas, we tweak situations, but we make sure communities that I represent and others in this community are left behind. OPS educates around 17% of the children in Nebraska. They will get 10% of funding through this. But that 10% is categorized to special education funding, which is a selected few of students. It's not going to every student. What's fair about that? What's equitable about that? We can't have a conversation, I guess we will have a conversation today about school funding through the lens of the impoverished communities and the communities that were left behind. We will have a conversation today about how this bill is increasing the systematic racism that exists in our school funding. Study after study, data point after data point shows that the zip code you are born in and the income levels of your parents is one of the number one and two factors to the educational opportunities you have. And there's not somebody in this body that's going to deny that conversation or that data point. Yet this does nothing to address poverty. Nothing. You looked at the handout that we have and you see 15, 16 different boxes on a pretty piece of paper.
1 minute.
That tells you how complicated and messed up this formula is. I understand TIOSA. We're not solving the problem. And to say that this bill has property tax implications is flat out wrong. That's why it's a package. But is this bill going to be about funding education or property tax relief? And if you want to call it both, then call it both. But the renters in my district aren't getting property tax relief, and they're not getting funded through this bill for education. That's a fact. Is that fair? Is that equitable? Some might call it unconscionable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion to indefinitely postpone and in support of LB 583. I continue to look across rural Nebraska and really echo the comments of my fellow rural senators who recognize that for years, farmers and ranchers predominantly have paid an undue portion of the taxes. And they've also, our schools, for them predominantly, have been grossly underfunded by the state and relied almost entirely by property tax revenues. This is the first step to finally try to rectify that. As you look across rural Nebraska and look in District 42, I believe North Platte Public is the only school in the 5 counties that is equalized. Every other school is not equalized, and consequently, this foundation aid will make a difference. I want to speak particularly about one school district, McPherson County School District in McPherson County. I want to take you again, give you a little picture of what it's like in McPherson County. Tryon, Nebraska is the county seat in McPherson County. It's the county seat because it's the only village in the entire county. The population of Tryon is about 92 people. Yes, they do have a school there, and some say, well, why do they need a school there? Well, it's because they have, I think the last census they had 52 students K through 12, but yet you had students traveling 35 miles to get to school. And the next closest school was another 35 miles away. Now, let me tell you a little bit about school building. I've been in it. I invite you to go take a look. Old facility, probably built in the 30s. They still use it. They take care of things. They don't have a school lunch program. Fortunately, there's a restaurant across the street, so the kids go over there for lunch. So there's no hot lunch program. But yet, they're proud of their school. They want to be part of their school. And guess what they've been getting in funding, TIOSA funding? Last year, their TIOSA funding was $6,567. Not per student. No, that's total. That's the total amount of funding they got from the state. Is that equitable? Does that make sense? Run the math on the 1,500. It's a material change. It's not the 14,000 that it costs to educate kids, but and my guess is it could be higher there, certainly. But we've not been equitably treating schools, rural school districts, the way they should. This is a great bill. This bill is finally starting to rectify some of those issues. I thank Senator Senator Sanders for bringing it on behalf of the governor, and for everyone who supported it. I strongly support LB 583. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wayne brings up some very weighty matters, and I do look forward to hearing from him on more of this. But the question becomes, really, has overall funding of public education in Nebraska been adequate? And I would maintain that's been more than adequate. And I guess maybe at some point here, I'd like to hear from Senator Wayne. I don't understand that they actually have a shortfall there with OPS or anyone else in that area relative to school funding. Or more dollars needed? Is the poverty factor in the TIOSA formula not taking care of that, not sufficiently addressing that? So I would like to hear from some additional comments from him here at some point. But I did sit, I think Senator Sanders and myself sat in a working group late last year, December, probably into January of this year, a working group dealing with property taxes and education funding in Nebraska. And there were many educational interests represented there. And as I recall, there just wasn't much discussion or concern expressed about the overall adequacy of K-12 education in Nebraska. And I was a little bit surprised by that, but I think I know why. Somewhere in this pile here, I have a copy of the executive summary of a 2021 study by Rutgers University titled "The Adequacy and Fairness of State School Finance Systems." In the report, an institute within the Graduate School of Education at Rutgers evaluated the K-12 school finance system of all 50 states. And in that study, they focused on 3 measures: progressivity, fiscal effort, and adequacy. Progressivity focuses on whether high poverty districts receive more. Fiscal effort assesses how much of a state's capacity goes to K-12 education, and adequacy addresses whether a state spends enough to meet its outcome goals. Nebraska school systems were evaluated on these metrics for the 18-19 school year, and on a weighted average of all 3 of these metrics, Nebraska ranks 6th out of 48 states. On the issue of progressivity, which is again is how we target high poverty districts, we rank 5th in the country. On the issue of adequacy, which is the extent to which the overall amount of funding is sufficient for students to reach a certain level of educational outcome, we rank 4th in the country. These numbers strongly suggest that overall funding of education in Nebraska is more than adequate. And the cap we talked about that someone referred to earlier still allows funding to maintain at its current levels. It does not impede our ability to educate our kids. And this study, I think, calls into question any concerns expressed about how well we finance poverty districts. And again, I'd like to hear from Senator Wayne on some additional thoughts on that and tell me why and how they are getting shorted there. Because again, we go back and look at, I think according to the numbers, OPS gets 65% of its budget paid for by state aid. Compare that to my 0.8% down the road from my house in one of the districts, or the district that Senator Jacobson was referring to. So folks out in my country think that we are being treated very unfairly when it comes to education funding in Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Rabel, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we approach something of this transformative nature, I think it's normal, it's healthy to raise concerns, particularly when it comes to funding high-quality education in each of the communities that we represent. And I apologize to my colleagues if I bring this up again, but I feel like I have a tremendous amount of baggage, having served as a Lancaster County Commissioner and certainly on the Lincoln City Council. I remember the days when the state was committed to providing state aid to cities and counties. I remember the days when the state had to committed to fully funding us for all the jail holds we had when we had to retain an inmate, even though he was sentenced to go to the penitentiary. But those days were abruptly gone. They said, no, I'm sorry, we can no longer pay you the state aid to cities and counties. I'm sorry, we cannot fund you any amount for the jail reimbursements that we owe you of like $5.8 million. But also when it comes to special education, they committed to funding it, if I have the percentage correct, at 40%. They never achieved that amount of funding. So I look at this bill, I recognize it's transformative. We've heard from so many folks out there that our property taxes, 62.1% of the property taxes in Lancaster County go towards funding our public education that we're fiercely proud of, and the high quality education. And then I have concerns when I hear Senator Wayne mention that, Omaha is a critical component of our workforce in our state. We all recognize that we need an educated workforce. So I do have concerns about that. And I'm hoping, Senator Breezy, will you yield to a question, please?
Senator Breezy, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
So Senator Breezy, you heard my anxiety about this bill. Can you tell us a little bit about the safeguards on funding so that other legislatures will not tamper with this and will adhere to the funding in exchange for a reduction in property taxes as part of this whole package?
Sure. No, that's a great question. And I'd preface my answer with first saying there's no guarantees in life.
Okay.
But with that said, I think this is very sustainable, and we're going to have a mechanism in place to fairly much ensure that these dollars will be there going forward. I believe it's Senator Clement's bill in appropriations. I'm not sure how that's set up necessarily, but we're intending to put $1 billion into the Education Future Fund. Now, from that Education Future Fund, we're going to be drawing that down to put out to make these payments, or to invest these dollars, I should say, into public education in Nebraska. While we're doing that, we also have targeted putting in $250 million per year into that Education Future Fund. So bottom line is we should have $250 a year going into the fund, and then the fund will draw interest income, investment income, and the projections are for about $305 million a year coming out. So you go down 6-7 years down the road, go out to 2030, that fund should still have $500-600 million in it. And so that is how we will essentially guarantee that those dollars should be there long term.
Thank you, Senator. I don't know if I have time to ask you one more question, but is there language in the bill, and I apologize, I haven't dug as deep into it as I should. Is there language in the bill that has, thank you, Mr. President. Is there a language in the bill that has a kicker clause, something to the effect that Senator Kavanaugh had introduced a couple of amendments that I supported that would have given that school district, if they have the majority of the school board in support of that, or if they've got a petition gatherer signature going, and that if the majority of the people in that school district voted to go for an increase?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but I think the answer to the question is if these dollars would dry up, school districts should be able to access additional dollars through their property tax levy as per the cap. The cap allows for them to access additional dollars if these dollars if the state aid dollars come up short.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Breezy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to try and clarify, and I might be wrong. I think out of the 300 million, 305, 307 million of the new funding that this represents for public schools, 155 million of it goes to the GNSA schools, which would include Lincoln, Omaha, Hastings, all your big, I think 17 or 18 of them, the big schools. And they will say, and they have said since I've been here, they educate 70% of the kids. So basically it kind of goes like this. We educate 70% of the kids, so we should get all the money. That's what I've heard for 6 years. When the school I grew up at, and go back to Omaha, I think in the last few years, they've built 2 brand new high schools with swimming pools and all the gadgets. Lincoln, I don't know if they have swimming pools in their new high schools, but they have swimming pools in their high schools. They got 2 brand new high schools. Bennington's about to build a brand new one. These buildings, and they should be for children, for students, though I will tell you that there's never been a study done that says that the building you go to school in is the most important thing. It needs to be safe, needs to follow all the codes, but there's no study that says shiny new nice buildings improve your scores or improve the education of a child. Where I went to school, Lewiston, Nebraska, they get some option funding. I understand that. Kids opt in there from Beatrice, but they get nothing else. They're in a school that replaced a school that burnt down in the 60s when I was a student there, that was built to be a temporary building. So it is now going to be 70 years old, and it's a temporary building. They don't have any swimming pools. They don't have a track. I think maybe they did raise enough money, they might get a track. They play football on dirt. We're talking about schools who have brand new buildings, have swimming pools, have turf football fields, have all the things that make life nice, versus the little schools that are trying to survive. They don't have turf, don't have a practice field, don't have golf, don't have tennis, don't have shooting. They have football, basketball, volleyball. I don't even know how many of them have baseball or softball teams anymore. The truth of the matter is, for the last, I don't know, since I've been here, before I got here, we have been giving almost nothing to the small rural schools, and they have poor children. You pull up, go to the Nebraska Department of Ed, pull up any school in rural Nebraska and see what the poverty rate is there. They're not getting extra money for poverty kids because they're not equalized. And finally, before I run out of time here, the larger schools are not going to have to count $600 of the $1,500 foundation aid in the formula. That's $600 for every child in their school over and above their needs. That's the bargain. GNSA is getting treated very well in this bill. They always get treated very well because they have the votes on this floor to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator McKinney, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the motion to postpone this because I think this is a great conversation. And I don't support the bill, mainly because I think we have to have an honest conversation about what it is like to live in poverty and go to a school that is in a historically impoverished community and what that takes. All those kids aren't special ed kids, and they don't just need money for special ed. When you have a district that is heavily impoverished, you deal with situations where the classes have 25 plus students or more, and sometimes 30 plus. Those are issues that need to be addressed by the state. We have to find a way to provide some funding to decrease our class sizes. This doesn't do that. It doesn't provide the opportunity. And the reason for decreasing our class sizes is because our kids aren't learning like they should. We have too many kids in classes. If one or two act out, that's just the whole school day. It's over. It's not going to work. And then that's how you get bills about restraining kids and all these other type of things. And we talk about the school to prison pipeline. This is all intersected in this because we're not providing funding adequately. And yes, I do wish those schools in Western Nebraska got more funding so they could provide, more opportunities for those students, because I think it's fair. But I also think it's fair to highlight that the school district that I represent doesn't just have kids that need more funding for special ed. We need more funding because our classes are over capacity in a lot of schools, which means our teachers are overworked, the staff are overworked, and the students aren't learning like they should. So when you get those standardized test results back every year and you see how the proficiency levels are low and some schools are not performing highly, that is a reflection because the state isn't investing in our schools like they should. And maybe it's on the district as well to kind of modernize and kind of make some adjustments as well. But I think as a whole, when we think about education, we're stuck in the 1980s. We're stuck in the 60s. The kids are bored. Literally, go to a school, they're bored. Because you're sticking them in a class with all those students, the teachers can't really teach like they need to. And I don't even blame the teachers for the problems in our schools. I blame the districts and I blame the state, because we have to find a way to fund our schools in a way that our students can learn. And we're not doing that. And just saying we're going to give you $30 million for special ed students isn't going to do it for me either, because not every kid in my district is in special ed. Our kids like to learn math, English, foreign languages, and those type of things, but it's hard to do that when you stick them in classes with 40 kids. I was in classes with that many kids before when I was in high school. You there, the teacher is teaching, but the teacher's not really teaching, because you might have one or two students who maybe not paying attention that day. When you grow up in poverty, you don't pay attention a lot because the outside forces in your community affect the way you learn.
1 minute.
So when you talk about poverty, let's dig deep into that. And it's not just about giving money for kids in special ed. We have to give money to districts so we could, one of the biggest things I believe that needs to happen is a decrease in our class sizes and finding a way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Wayne, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Breeze, let's talk about funding. Actually, it was Omaha Public Schools that had to sue the state in roughly around 2000 to, it might have been like 94. I'll get the correct date actual of the lawsuit, where the state decided it wasn't going to fund adequately fund Omaha Public Schools. Out of that came a settlement. The settlement was tweaks in TIOSA. So I want you to think about the tweaks we're putting now into TIOSA, in my opinion, undoes a settlement with the state and Omaha Public Schools. Now, out of TIOSA, it's always been tweaked, but I want you to keep that in mind that there was actually a lawsuit as an attorney, Senator Breezy, and out of that was a settlement to tweak TIOSA, and the second part of that settlement was the learning community, of which this body dismantled. Dismantled because outside of Omaha, they didn't want to share essentially some tax revenue with students of poverty. The one thing I agree with Senator Linehan on is there are some schools that have some really nice facilities. Man, let me tell you, my daughter played at a Gretna school. That middle school is a campus, a college campus. I will say Miller does a great job of running all 3 varsity football and soccer teams through their football team through one facility, one stadium. OPS has some school districts that are schools that still share sports as far as football. That's a local decision. I'm necessarily not saying I'm for it or against it. I did go out and help do a bond to build 2 new high schools, and they have nice facilities. Not as nice as Gretna, but nice facilities. But the one thing I will agree with Senator Linehan on is if this bill dealt with poverty and special education, I'm for it. I'll probably co-sponsor it. That's not what it does. It throws money at Western Nebraska to make us feel good. We're not actually funding kids. We're not actually lowering property taxes. We just want to feel good. I've sat down here for 7 years and I've said we should fund every student across the state. I think we should do it a little differently. I think if a school has a 50% poverty rate, the dynamics of that school culture changes. That's not Senator Wayne saying that. That is every professional in the institution saying there is a difference in high poverty schools, which require more resources. This bill doesn't do that. So maybe we don't like the term implicit racism. Maybe we'll call it implicit classism because it's both. Because we're not helping students of poverty who have the greatest need. And this bill, by and large, doesn't help students of color. And people say, well, why am I picking this fight? Well, for the last 2 days, I was running around as judiciary chair trying to put together packages since we don't have a lot of time on the floor. But the bigger concern is the overall concern of this entire package and the entire budget. The entire package, all 3 bills, and the entire budget is sending new spend of about $2.3 billion to Western Nebraska. If I get the actual number, it's probably about 2.7. 569 million, actually it's over 600 if you can buy last year, for a canal. I'll support it. But we asked for an investment in East Omaha of new spend. It's crickets. So at least I figured where we could have some common ground is on education. Because no matter where that kid lives, I think we want to provide resources. I'm not going to fight about the East Omaha versus the canal. I don't think I'm going to win. But where I think we can have a common ground conversation is funding education for kids. Because there are school districts in rural Nebraska that have high poverty, and we should fund them adequately. Just like we should fund school districts in East Omaha adequately. Just like we should fund South Sioux City adequately. That's all I'm saying. I'm open to a conversation, but I can't look at all 3 packages that are sending money out west to rural Nebraska and leaving my community behind like it's been doing for the last 30 years.
That's your time, Senator. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Wayne raising the concerns about Western Nebraska, because let me tell you how we can fix that problem. I'll tell you how we can fix the problem with having to build more schools and school overcrowding in Omaha. The way you fix it is you start investing in rural Nebraska. And so instead of having all the people looking for quality jobs moving from the western part of the state to the eastern part of the state, they stay in the western part of the state where we have school capacity. North Platte Public has excess facilities. Excess facilities. We've closed schools. We've sold a couple of schools. A couple of class 1s were sold. Aren't even being used for schools. Why? Because we don't need the space. So where are the kids going? Well, take a guess. They're going to Lincoln and Omaha. And then what are you doing? Building Taj Mahal new schools. That's where your people are going. People talk about we're going to go build a sewer for Sarpy County. That's great. That's great. You got all this big job growth. My question is, who's going to fill those jobs? Where are they going to come from? Senator Walz had a map that she brought to one of the committees I serve on, and she had the map, and it showed a great story, or at least the truth. It showed all of the counties in Nebraska that had population loss in the last 10 years, and it showed the counties that had population growth. You have to start at Kearney, narrowly go down the interstate to Grand Island, and then it fans out as you get to eastern Nebraska. The western 2/3 of the state continues to shrink. Why does it shrink? We've got the Interstate 80 running down through the middle of the state. It shrinks because we don't have the high quality jobs. We don't have the high quality benefits. And you know what? When you create jobs with good benefits and good salaries, you attract people. When you crap more population, guess what? You get more retail, you get better infrastructure, and it continues to feed on itself. Look what's happened with Grand Island. Okay, Grand Island used to not be an MSA. They are today. Part of it was when they got the state fairgrounds moved there. As we saw more things coming to Grand Island, guess what? They grew. Look at Kearney. Look at the growth in Kearney. Slowly, we're seeing some of this happen. And I'll tell you what, I'm absolutely committed. We're going to see the same thing in North Platte, and ultimately needs to do the same thing in Scottsbluff and Gary. We need to not forget that we've got regional trade centers across this state, and if we properly put infrastructure there, and if we create good jobs and don't just think beyond Lincoln and Omaha and think beyond that, guess what? There'll be more kids there as well, and they won't be moving to the eastern part of the state. Their parents won't be moving there, taking the kids with them, and you got to build new schools there. That's a big part of the problem. And I can tell you, you're going to hear about that all the time. I'm here in the legislature about things we need to do to make the right investments in the right places so that we stop some of this overpopulation in the schools and in the cities themselves, and we better disperse the population throughout the state. Wyoming kind of has it down. When you look in Wyoming, the state of Wyoming, you look at where their state capital is, in Cheyenne. Where's their state university? It's in Laramie. When you look at where are their state offices, they're in Casper. They don't have everything concentrated in Cheyenne. They scatter it throughout the state. That's a pretty good model that we should look at here in Nebraska as well. So that would also solve some of the problems that are out there, and something you should think about when you start thinking about making investments in infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I wonder if Senator Sanders would yield to a question. I'll telepath it while I'm waiting. I was going to ask if you would explain how what is different from the amendment from the underlying bill.
Senator Sanders, will you yield to a question?
Yes. I don't have my notes for that in front of me, but I believe it is the report mechanism, which is annually they need to report on how the money was spent, how much they received.
This is the school districts? Or
yes.
Who's, okay.
Yes.
So an annual report from the school districts on?
To the legislature, to the committee of the chairman of education, and to the governor.
Okay, that's the main difference between the committee amendment and the underlying bill?
I believe the 80% special education is in that as well.
Okay, so the 80% special education is what's part of the committee amendment. And the special education, so are you adding special education to the TIOSA formula?
Special education has always been part of that, but the reimbursement has only been as high as 40%. So we're saying now 80%, and we'll be sure to make that whole through either federal and state funding.
So, and is this, the way that the amendment is written, is that a permanent change to TIOSA?
Yes.
It's not just for the next biennium?
Correct. It changes how it's calculated in the third year for the reimbursement portion, but it is 80%.
Okay, so right now, special ed is reimbursed at 40% through TIOSA?
No, that's through the federal government, and then we make up the difference.
We make up the 60%.
The schools have to make up that difference.
And they get that funding outside of TIOSA?
From their general fund.
Okay, so this is, the schools use their 60% funding, matching the federal 40% from their general funds. So now this is putting 80% funding?
In the formula, inside the formula.
Inside the formula, and is part of that federal matching?
I think it changes every year of what the federal reimburses, but the schools have had to use their general fund to make up that difference because they still need to see those kids, whether they get 40% reimbursement or 20%.
So this change assumes that the federal government will be matching 20% as opposed to the current 40%?
We hope to get more from the federal government. It's not written in stone, but if the federal government gives us X, we make sure it's whole at 80%. TIOSA, or this formula, will pay 100% of the 80%. So whatever's coming from the federal, we make up that difference.
So how much state aid currently goes to special ed reimbursement?
I don't have that number with me, but I'll get that for you.
Okay, but there is state aid that goes to special ed reimbursement.
Right.
So there's already a state aid. We've got the 40% federal, and then there's a remaining 60%. Of that 60%, part of that is state aid, correct? And is that state aid for special education in the current TIOSA formula, or is that state aid for special education outside of TIOSA?
Depends on the school, but outside.
So
there's some schools that are inside the formula, but let me look at that,
Okay.
Senator Kavanaugh, and make sure I have those numbers accurately.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think we're about out of time, so I'll yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Sanders and Kavanaugh. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you. I miss talking on this mic. Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Jacobson, I agree with you. We don't invest in rural Nebraska. In fact, I would arguably say on individual bills, not overall property tax and income tax, I've probably done more for Western Nebraska than most Western Nebraska senators because investment costs money. And most people in rural Nebraska don't want to invest money. For example, inland ports and rail spurs were two bills that I worked heavily on. And I'll never forget, Senator Moser stood up and I asked a question on the mic, and he asked me, why are you doing this for everywhere else but Omaha? And I was like, why not? I think we need to have it. But the reality is, I know I can't pass anything for East Omaha unless it first passes in rural Nebraska. Because it's easier for me to say, well, hey, it works out there in rural. It might work in my community too. This year, LB 445, inland ports, we're trying to put money into that fund because we mainly have a main line, and you know this, Senator Jacobson, from North Platte, that runs through our state. And the problem is we have a lot of towns and villages on this main line, and if any industry wants to go there, they have to have 2 power switches installed to get in and off the main line. That's about a $5 million investment. To your point, why as a company invest in Ogallala, Kimball, I can keep going on, Paxton, when I can go to Grand Island or Lincoln or Omaha and get a warehouse that has rail access without the extra $5 million spend. But I'm pretty sure that won't be in the appropriations budget because it costs money. I'm sure we'll do a little bit on rural workforce housing in rural in the budget, but not what we can really do. I have a bill, LB 474, that invests in about $35 million in completely rural. Nebraska City, Fort Robinson, out by Chadron, and up in the Niobrara area. I'm pretty sure that will be an uphill battle to get that passed, but that creates tourism, jobs, and economic development. It isn't that we don't want to invest, we do. But oftentimes, spending money, we don't like to do in this body as one-time investments. Now back to the topic at hand of education funding. I don't think you can historically not fund certain parts of Nebraska, and then when it comes time to a $1 billion investment, say we're just gonna give you a little bit. I'm not trying to make up for all the wrongs. I'm just saying let's invest that makes sense. And what makes sense is investing in poverty. That's across the board. There are rural students who are in poverty. I would submit probably more on a per school basis when you look at rural Nebraska and many of the families out there. That makes sense to me. But just throwing money doesn't make sense. And I'll give you why it doesn't make sense. Omaha gets Omaha Public Schools under this formula will get $30 million a year. And we're gonna get, when we get to the rest of this bill, of how this bill is just buying off certain districts and doesn't technically work. But West Side gets 11 million per year. They have 6,000 students. Bellevue has triple that amount and they get 10 million. Millard has 4 times that amount and they get 11 million.
1 minute.
That doesn't make sense. The formula doesn't make sense when you talk about adequately funding. I agree with you, Senator Breezy. Our current formula does not fund rural Nebraska the way it should. But just throwing money at the problem, as you always told me, isn't the solution either. So let's fix the formula. Let's run it with an amendment for poverty allowance and increasing more money for poverty. Or we throw out TIOSA altogether and start all over. That might be too much for this year. But at least make the funding make sense. Because right now it doesn't. OPS has 10 times that amount, but only gets triple the amount of funding. The math doesn't make sense. So let's do something that makes sense, and I'm willing to work with you on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again, and it's been some interesting comments made about why people are leaving Western Nebraska to Eastern Nebraska. I'll say one is don't have a state slogan, Nebraska isn't for everybody. That's bad. 2, also go back to probably about 20 or more years ago, and you used a prison as economic development in Western Nebraska, and that's not working because Tecumseh is not working. The issue with the state, our state, is that we're stuck in the dark ages in our education system and how we invest across the state. We have to become more open-minded and innovative. And a lot of the topics that we have discussed this year are running people away from our state, if we're gonna be honest. So if we're really gonna have an honest conversation about why the state isn't growing and why certain populations are going to another part of the state, it's because we're not innovating as a state. It can't just be come to the legislature and let's just get property tax relief. Let's talk about what are some innovative things that we could do in Western Nebraska to grow the state that's not a lake. How much economic development are you going to get from a lake? Or invest in $500 million into a canal that's going to be in the courts for probably 10 years. How much investment is that really? We need to invest in people across this state. We also need to invest in our kids equitably across this state. We don't need equal. Equal doesn't work because equal ignores a lot of things. Everybody's life experience isn't equal. We have kids in Western Nebraska that are living in poverty, and we have kids in Eastern Nebraska that are living in poverty. But if we treat them as equal, you ignore that completely, because we need equitable funding for kids across the state to address those needs in those schools. Because a kid that's living in poverty, when they go to school, doesn't learn at the same level as a kid that's not living in poverty. There are stressors that you deal with living in poverty. Just imagine being poor and your washer is broke or something and you got to wear dirty clothes to school. That affects your educational outcome. Imagine going to a school and you missed the bus because your parents don't have transportation, so you had to sit in the snow all morning, and when you get to school, your feet are frozen. How are you going to focus on school? If you go to sleep hungry at night, how are you going to focus on school? So treating people equal sounds good. Equality before the law. We need equity before the law. That's what we really need, because until we figure out this school funding system in an equitable way, no matter the year, and after all of us are gone, people are going to come here and say, we're not funding schools properly across the state. There are strong arguments that schools in Western Nebraska definitely need more funding and help from the state. And I would agree, and I wouldn't argue against that. I'm just saying kids in my district aren't just special ed students. That is the issue. You're putting $30 million into special ed, which is great because it's needed, because there's a lot of kids that deal with special needs that need help and assistance. But that's not all of the students. I'm going to try to find a percentage of students in OPS that are in special ed. But the thing is, we have to look at poverty, and we have to dig deep into poverty, fully understand poverty.
1 minute.
That's all we're saying. So when you talk about people are leaving Western Nebraska to go to these districts and they building these elaborate schools, let's talk about how the way we market our state and the way we invest within this state is the biggest issue of why people are leaving, not even just Western Nebraska, leaving the state, period. That is the issue that's the elephant in the room, how we market our state and what we say our values are. And that is the biggest problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Walls, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in favor of LB 583. However, I do think that there's something that we need to talk about when it comes to poverty. I'm very much in favor and support the investments that's being made in education and special funding. I also appreciate the fact that stakeholders were brought together to discuss school funding. That's something that's new and very much appreciated. I do think that Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney make good points regarding poverty. I introduced a bill this year, actually. It was LB 522, which would change the poverty allowance from 1 to 1.33. So a student who was counted as 1 would increase to be counted as 1.33. And that increase would take into account additional personnel and resources and programs that are needed in high poverty schools. Senator Linehan, we talked a lot over the interim. We had a TIOSA study over the interim and talked a lot about poverty. And Senator Linehan, that was one of the things that she really pointed out that she felt was important. She had an idea during the, I think it was our hearing, the hearing that I had regarding a change in poverty. So I'm just going to ask Senator Linehan to yield to a question.
Senator Linehan, will you yield?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Could you explain your idea regarding poverty and the percentages?
So I don't have the TIOSA formula in front of me, but from memory, we start, if you have like 5% poverty, you get X number of dollars more per kid, and it goes up. So if you have 5%, you get less than if you have 10%, and then you get more at 15%, 20%, 25%, but it stops at 30%. So if you're 30% poverty, that's as high as we go. And whereas when TIOSA was probably put together, I don't know this for certain, I'm assuming 30% poverty in a school was probably considered high. Now you have several schools, OPS, Omaha Public Schools, Lexington, South Sioux City, Hastings, where they're well over 50%. And as Senator McKinney said, and I think Senator Wayne messaged this too, when you get over 50%, you have a different situation than when at 30%, because when you get over 50%, that means you've got lots of children who don't have books in their home or as many books as others. It means you have fewer two-parent families, more than likely. It means that my best friend's not going to the zoo any more often than I go to the zoo. There's just not enough of the middle income, upper income people to balance out what kids who are in schools with 70 to 80% poverty are facing. So I think we should move that number up from 30%. I thought, and we talked about doing that last summer, and I still think there's something we could do in the future.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Breezy, would you yield to a quick question?
Senator Breezy, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Breezy, thank you. You were in all the conversations regarding the school funding plan over the summer.
Yes.
The Pillen plan, I guess, is what I want to say.
Yes, I was there.
Do you recall discussing the poverty allowance or any?
Yes,
Was
the
there any-
conversation that you and Senator Linehan just had, that rang a bell. Yes, I heard that, yes.
Okay.
1 minute.
All right. Thank you, Senator Breezy. I guess all I want to say is that, again, I do appreciate the investment that we're making in education. I do appreciate the investment that we're making in special education. I do think that Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney have good points. And I do think that there are some things that we could do to address how we weigh poverty in this school funding plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I'm trying to figure this out, and it's obviously a complicated issue. And I'm a little thrown for a loop on the special ed being in the amendment. And so trying to just kind of understand our special ed funding a little bit better. And I wonder, Senator Walls, could I ask you to yield to a question?
Senator Walls, will you yield to a question?
I will try. Yes.
Oh, I bet you'll succeed. You are very well versed in these issues. Can you explain to me how TIOSA, how special ed currently works in school funding? I genuinely am not clear on how we include. Is it inside the TIOSA formula? Is it outside the TIOSA formula?
It is inside the TIOSA formula currently.
Currently?
Yes.
Okay. And what percent of special ed is funded through TIOSA?
43%. 43.
And then 40% is at federal match or federal funding, and then local funding. I'm seeing head shakes back behind the glass. might not be shaking at us, but do you know?
I don't know. Senator Linehan might know the answer to that.
Senator Linehan, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
We're switching chairs up there.
Senator Linehan, will you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you. Sorry to put you both on the spot. Could you explain to me how we currently fund special ed?
Right. And Senator Walls knows this. She's just nervous. You
I know. I make her nervous.
I know she knows this. So outside, the state, along with the federal money, covers somewhere between 40 and 45%.
Both together?
Both together.
Okay.
Okay. But your special ed cost goes into your needs.
Okay.
So when we do the basics of the formula, resources, minus needs. If this is a negative down here, you get equalization aid.
Okay.
So a lot of the bigger schools get almost 80% now because it's in their needs. So they get the 40 to 45% plus it's in their needs. So they get, now every school is a little different because their needs are a little different, right? So what this bill does is make sure every school is getting 80%, whether they're equalized or not equalized. And then the foundation aid, the money that's going to go outside of the formula in the third year, that is not counted inside the formula. So that's $600 for every student in the third year. The reason it doesn't come into play until the third year is because they do get the equalization aid for their needs, the big schools, but they have to wait 2 years.
Okay.
So if we didn't do anything else and we just said, okay, everybody gets 80%, they would get 2 years earlier than what they get it now. But then there's this cliff effect, which the big schools don't want to put up with. And I don't blame them. So that's why why the bill pulls out some of the foundation aid and doesn't include it in the resources so that GNSA schools are kept whole.
Okay. I think I'm starting to understand. Thank you, Senator Linehan and Senator Walls. How much time do I have left?
1 minute 19.
Senator Wayne, would you yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Okay, so I think I'm starting to understand the special education formula part of this, but you're talking about some economic disparities, and I don't see yet how that piece fits into the puzzle.
So what I'm speaking of is outside of the bill itself. But if you want to spend time talking about special education formula inside this bill, I will tell you that doesn't work either. And even the bill itself recognizes on year 3, how we're funding special education in the formula causes a problem. So we're just going to mysteriously and magically take it back outside the formula so nobody loses money.
Okay, great. Now I'm more confused, but
correct.
I appreciate that confusion. And I might ask you if you would yield to questions on my next go round, if that's okay.
Yep, thank you.
Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is your last opportunity.
I yield my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Senator McKinney, and thank you, Mr. President. So the one thing about technology is I keep all the stuff I've ever done somewhere. I actually have a scrapbook that I'm gonna share a poem with you guys if we ever get to my PTSD bill. When I was in 8th grade, and my handwriting was really bad. It still is bad, but I went back and I was looking at the learning community. That was the first elected office I was ever on. I got elected to that, but it was passed in 2005 as part of the negotiations that ended the settlement around this funding problem. And it was to kind of help oversee the public school districts in Douglas and Sarpy County. But the purpose of it really was to try to figure out how to fund those schools more equitable. And by year 2, I knew I didn't want to be on the learning community because this legislature stripped away all the power that it had to make a difference inside of Omaha public schools over the idea of taxation without representation. And what it simply did was put all of the funding from each local school district into a formula that kicked it back out based off of a pretty much not as complicated formula as we have in TIOSA. So for some reason, we have no problem with TIOSA, but we always had a problem with the learning community kind of blending these things. Now, the learning community had its own problems, but I guess my point in saying that is every time there was a bill to help students in North Omaha, it somehow years later, when it involved funding, we got to figure out how to take that away. And it got to a point that everybody recalls the one city, one school district. That's part of what the learning community came out of. And I went back and pulled the Lincoln Journal-Star article, and it talked about 6 miles down the road. This was in 2007, this one city, one school debate. And in this article, it was talking about $5 billion in property tax evaluation that was part of this debate. The reason why that's important is because OPS and the dynamics of school in Omaha and funding in Omaha has historically left out the inner city. See, one city, one school district dated back to 1891. As the city of Omaha annexed more areas, it just automatically assumed their school system. Well, in 1947, West Side didn't like that area. Like, this is a city or village of Loveland and a school district of Loveland, another one, and they were one of the richer communities, and they didn't like the idea of Central and Tech High being a part of their high school system, or they happened to go with some kids who might have looked a little black and brown. And if people don't believe me, you can read the debate on Senator John Kavanaugh's, our committee hearing on John Kavanaugh, who introduced a bill to get rid of some of the language that's still found in deeds, not allowing people who are black and brown to even buy or rent homes in that area. But OPS tried to take over to help out with their funding. Even then, the legislature stepped in and said, hey, we don't like that idea because we want school choice and everybody knows I'm in favor of it. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that our choices are limited to what this school or what this legislature says is good. And historically, we have never funded what's good. So the poverty allowance, yes, the percentage is capped at 30%.
1 minute.
So some of your most poorest school districts who have high poverty are getting the same as those school districts that have 30%. Even if that school has 80% poverty, we're not providing any more resources under the poverty allowance except for those that are capped. You only get 30%. How does that make any sense? And everybody knows we have to fix it. But you know what I was told? Wait till next year. That's what I was literally told. Wait till next year. But by golly, we're going to build a canal that will be litigated for 5 years before we even turn a shovel. Maybe we should wait till next year to invest in that. I'm going to talk about Senator McDonald's bill that was in front of transportation, talking about allocations of state funding for highways and bridges.
Time, Senator.
That'd be fun. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm actually curious what Senator Wayne was going to say about Senator McDonald's bill, so I will yield him my time.
Senator Wayne, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator DeBoer. So LB 645 is a bill introduced by Senator McDonald that went in front of transportation. And it did something very interesting. It said, we're going to take the money in the counties that it was collected in, and we're going to let you build your highways and bridges in those counties. Only 90%, not even all of it, just 90%. I guarantee you that will not come out of committee, and I guarantee you there was tons of opposition. Because a lot of the money that is used to build highways and bridges come from the use tax and sales tax and gas tax in Omaha and Lincoln. To a point of many of them would lose around almost $500,000 in revenue. 84 counties, according to the fiscal note, would receive an average or 16% less. Here we are, again, sending money to Western Nebraska, rural Nebraska. We introduce a bill to say, hey, let us have some of this. Isn't fair. This isn't equitable, unconscionable, as Senator Breezy said. But how many is going to stand up and say, hey, let's make sure we adequately fund who's paying for things in Douglas County? We can go back and point, and maybe this is a time for me to do it, how many times we're sending money other places. For example, another one, federally, kind of helps you out with this one, but we spent how much, 8 hours on a broadband bridge coordinator officer? And all we heard about was rural Nebraska. Well, we have underserved communities in Omaha. So how about we peel off 20 million for East Omaha, 30 million for East Omaha. Let's see how that goes. Because that allocation was based off of population, based off of our state overall needs and incomes. That's how that was appropriated to each state. Where's our largest population? Where's our most underserved areas of broadband? But I'm not arguing about any of that money coming to Douglas County, Lancaster County that are underserved. Do we really want to have the conversation about what our budget looks like if we break it up by congressional districts? Our budget, for those who are watching at home who don't understand, we collect 0 property taxes. Let me repeat that, 0. The state doesn't collect any. Our budget comes from sales, income tax, and we'll call other streams of fund like the federal government. If you break it down by county, I can comfortably say Douglas County alone is 30% of our budget. If I add in Sarpy County, we're up a little higher. Do you think 30% of our budget, our new spend, we ain't got to talk about our budget, our new spend is going to Omaha? My community pays taxes. If you listen to the EPIC tax, we're the one who's going to benefit the most because we're the most paying sales tax as a regression tax. Where's that conversation, Senator Breezy? Where's that conversation, Senator Linehan? Where are those?
1 minute.
So again, I'm looking at the 3 bills in the package, and I'm looking at the preliminary budget, and I'm saying East Omaha is being left behind. There are other communities that might be being left behind. I just don't have the time and bandwidth to fight them all. So I didn't argue about income tax. I didn't argue about property tax. I am arguing on the funding of education because I feel like that's probably the only area we're going to be able to agree on. We voted down the renters getting some property tax. We voted down the middle income getting more of a tax break. So I'm hoping this is the one area we can come to some kind of consensus on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you recognize to speak. This is your last opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wayne, would you yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Okay, so we started talking about how special education is funded through this, but that wasn't really the crux of your concern. And I know you're talking about your concern, but I kind of wanted to get back to just our back and forth about it. So we've got the special education as one piece, which is confusing, but I think I'm starting to understand. But your concern with this package is that we are not taking into account, is it the needs? I mean, I'm not going to use the right terms. I'll let you say what the terms are.
We are not, yes, the needs. We're just doing a per student basis regardless of those needs, just to say that we funded something in rural.
Okay. And that's resulting in underfunding in areas that have a greater need.
I don't know. It's not underfunding. What it's resulting is we're not concentrating dollars to those who need it the most.
Okay.
I'll say resources to those who need it the most.
Okay.
And that's not an Omaha thing.
No,
that's also rural.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is there a way to solve for that?
Well, there's a way I think you can blow up Teosa and start all over, but that's too complicated for some people.
Hey, I mean, I tried to do the consumption tax today, so I'm here for all options.
So I think the simple answer is, and if anybody's seen this handy dandy handout, it's super complicated, but I think the short fix is the poverty allowance cap. And I think we have to either remove that cap or bump it up significantly. So Schuyler, Nebraska is not being locked in at 30% if they have 42% poverty. OPS isn't being locked in at 30% if they have 80% poverty. Like at the end of the day, those students who are coming from those backgrounds, we understand that we have to provide more and better resources across the state, not just in Omaha.
So it's capping at 30%.
Correct.
regardless. Okay, well, that is helpful clarity there. So Omaha, like you just said, if they have 80% poverty, they're still capped at 30%.
Omaha gets the same cap as Lincoln, and Omaha has about 1.5 times the rate of poverty.
Okay, that's kind of a big problem. Thank you for bringing it up. Would you like the remainder of my time?
Sure.
Okay, I yield the remainder of my time to Senator Wayne.
2 minutes, 13 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Michaela Kavanaugh, I forgot we have two sometimes, so I have to make sure I say the right name. Again, I don't have an overall issue with what we're doing. It's the approach. It's the approach. If we're just going to throw money at students, and understand, look at the bills that I've introduced on this. I believe in foundation aid. But if we only have a finite amount of resources, is what I'm hearing, that we have to put $1 billion in this magical cash reserve fund, then let's make sure we're making the right investment in poverty, not just throwing dollars. Or maybe it's a split. Maybe, I don't know what it looks like. And understand, as long as there's foundational aid, OPS is still going to be against it. I'm not doing this based off of OPS. There's tons of bills that OPS and I don't agree on, and that's one of those principles. I am okay with foundation aid because, and the issue is when I was on the school board, every year there was a deficit. The state, us, in this body would cut education. That was the argument. Now that I'm down here a little bit more, I can see I might not have been always led to the light, but what I am saying is I'm okay with it being in our general fund. And I'm okay with foundation aid being in there. But if we have $300 million per year, let's get our best bang for our buck. And that's not throwing dollars at every student. That's throwing it at where it should be used the most. And those school districts are still going to benefit. But if we mysteriously don't put $1 billion aside in this mysterious cash reserve, we could probably do a lot more for every student. That's all I'm saying, and that's my overall objection. But if you haven't looked at this TIOSA formula, please do, and now you understand why it is so unnecessarily complicated. No formula should be this complicated. Even if you're an economist, you would say there's an easier way of doing this, and you typically, as economists, love formulas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Wayne would yield to some questions.
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, let's see if we can distill this down to kind of the core message here. The core message I understand you saying is that the proposal which we have in front of us, LB 583 today, gets money out to rural Nebraska through two mechanisms. One, through foundation aid, and two, through this increase in special education reimbursement. Am I right so far?
I would say 1.5. It gets money out per student, but the special education it's a lie in this sense. I don't know how else to say it. I'm sorry. I know this is not what Senator Sanders wants me to say, but because I don't know how to say it. After 2 years, it goes back outside the formula. So we're putting it in there to make people happy, and then the third year is to keep them happy.
So Senator Wayne, I think the special education doesn't go outside the formula. I think if I understand correctly, it's the foundation aid that goes 40% outside of the formula after 2 years.
I don't know which amendment it is right now, but you might be right.
Okay, but the concern is that I understand. So those are 2 or 1.5, however you want to count it, for sources of funding for the rural areas or the unequalized school districts.
Correct.
Which are not necessarily the same thing.
Correct.
Okay. What sources of funding are there for the equalized, which includes OPS and LPS and some of the other big schools in the urban areas? What sources of funding are there in this bill?
So
new funding.
There are two. The new funding is just the special education funding increase. They're still getting the $1,500, but it's being deducted as part of their current resource.
So the new funding that is coming to the urban areas, because they are the equalized schools, is through the special education. So your objection is to say that we can better tailor new funding to a variety of different schools by looking not just at special education, but also at this poverty allowance. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm saying besides the $1,500, we should swap that out with the poverty allowance. If the special education, that's a whole separate conversation. That's a little more complicated.
Okay, so by changing the poverty allowance, let's talk about this for a second. If you have poverty at 30% and you have poverty at 80%, is it a one-to-one increase, like more poverty equals the same amount more to educate those folks?
That I don't know. I'm going to take a book out of Senator Linehan's. Let's adopt the amendment and see what the fiscal note looks like.
Okay, well,
That was a brilliant move.
I wasn't talking exactly like that. I'm saying this. I have been told that as you get more and more concentrated in your poverty, it's not just a little bit more expensive.
Correct.
It in fact goes up much more swiftly.
Yes.
So that if you have 30% poverty, it's not 30% more expensive than a baseline. And if you have 80% poverty, it's 80%. No, that's not it. It would be much more expensive if you have that concentrated poverty. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So when we in TIOSA have the cap at 30%, the problem is that we're actually not recognizing the most concentrated poverty, which is the most expensive. Is that right?
Yes. But weirdly, our highest population, because of all the additional services that we get federally, we actually fund that small percentage piece
1 minute
pretty well. It's the what we would deem high, not the highest, but the high. So
got it.
Yeah, working class, but still under poverty.
So we were also talking about, or you were also talking about the fact that people will complain about in TIOSA. I'm going to push my light because we're going to get cut off. You were complaining in TIOSA that with this new plan, this 583, we're going to send a lot of money out to western and rural areas of Nebraska, and we're not sending as much to the urban areas per capita. Is that correct?
Correct. And I'm going to retract my lie statement. That was a little strong. I'm sorry, Senator Sanders. That was a little strong. It just, yeah, let me set that on the record.
Okay. So one of your concerns is that per capita, we're doing this. One thing we hear, and the thing I've heard the last 5 years, is that rural schools get nothing. So there's a school district with a 43%.
Time, Senator. Senator Bohr, you're recognized. This is your last opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wayne, would you continue to yield to questions?
Senator Wayne?
Yes.
So one of the things I hear over and over again is that you may have a 43-cent levy out in some part of Nebraska, and it's unfair because they don't get any state equalization aid. Have you heard that before?
That is true.
And one of the things that I like to talk about is the fact that although the money for schools may flow east, it seems that the money for other things flows west. Do you have that same understanding?
Correct.
So, for example, you were talking about roads and bridges. Is it more efficient for roads and bridges in the urban areas of the state or the rural areas of the state?
What do you mean by more efficient?
I mean, cost per car driving across it.
Oh, it's more efficient in the eastern or where there's population.
What about schools? More efficient in the eastern or the western and rural areas of the state?
Eastern.
So in general, what about hospitals?
Same.
So when we're thinking about where our funds are flowing, what happens with respect to hospitals? Who treats the most difficult cases in Nebraska? Do they treat those in the very rural areas or the urban areas?
Urban areas.
So if I had cancer, would I go to a rural hospital or an urban hospital?
Typically urban.
So all of these things that we're funding, when we're funding those things, we have to go to the urban area to supply those. Is that right?
Correct.
But we would serve people who are from other areas of the state?
All the time, yes.
Okay. So it's an interesting mix of where our state monies are going. And it may be that with respect to schools, the state funding for equalization may not be going to the rural areas, but it is going to the urban areas. But then when we talk about other things, it goes to the rural areas and not to the urban areas. Senator Wayne, I'll yield you the rest of my time.
Thank you again, Mr. President. And
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Senator DeBoer, I was just looking through the handout. And again, I'm going to say it again. I don't think Senator Sanders is lying about special education formula. It funds it, which is part of a problem for me, is because it locks OPS's extra dollars strictly into special education funding. So it's not adequately, I think, distributing those dollars. So it does. What bothers me about the special education is how we have to reduce the foundation aid on year 3. Anyway, it's complicated, but I just don't like that part. But at the end of the day, it's not a lie. I was got some feelings in me. So one of the misnomers is that we don't fund every school district across the state. We may not like how much we fund them, but according to this handout, I did not see any school district in the FY 2003, 2004, 2024, 2023, 2024 TIOSA state aid, the farthest column to the left. I did not see any state, and if somebody can point it out, I'll gladly say it, that had a 0. The lowest one I found was Scribner. Maybe not Scribner. One of them had 4,000. Oh yeah, Scribner, $4,564 of state aid. Now they'll get an extra roughly $391,000 moving forward underneath this plan. But we actually put money in every school district. We just don't like the amount. And I agree with you. Rural Nebraska, I agree with you. And I am in this weird, awkward spot where I think we don't do enough to limit local school districts.
1 minute.
That's crazy that I'm saying that. I know. I am actually a believer that for every dollar we put in, we should require them to lower their levy. So it's actually property tax relief. I can't get my conservative colleagues to go along with me. So weird how positions I get in these weird, awkward middle ground areas. But that's just how it goes when it comes to school funding, because I have some principles. One, I think we should fund it more at the state level. I offered the idea, how about we just pay every teacher's salary across the state, make them all state employees, lower their taxes. Because on a school board, I kept hearing the number one, 85% of our budget is salaries. All right, let's fix that. If you want extra programs at your local level, use it out of your local funds. That didn't go anywhere. So the problem is TIOSA in general, but let me be clear with these last 20 seconds. I'm not necessarily opposed to this entire bill. I'm opposed to the entire package and the overall budget that continues to leave East Omaha behind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Hunt, you're welcome to close on your motion to indefinitely postpone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Frankly, I agree with everything Senator Wayne said. I think he said it right. And we've been reticent as a body to take creative and sometimes perhaps experimental measures to solve our school funding crisis. The things that we've been doing over the years have not helped. And I think that LB 583 and amendments to come from proponents of LB 583 just continue to get us deeper and deeper in the hole as a state, especially in a state where we're struggling to attract and retain talent, where our revenue is not increasing because our population is not increasing, and where we're struggling to retain teachers, because those things give us unique challenges that this legislature, of course, is exacerbating and making even worse. One way that we're making it worse is by focusing on culture wars and promoting discriminatory policies against certain groups of people as a way of gaining political support. And what I'm beating the drum about, and what I wish it was more normal to have this opinion as an elected official, because it actually reflects the opinions that most regular Nebraskans hold, which is that the problem with normalizing extreme views like what we're seeing pushed in this legislature is a problem because they're essentially legitimizing those views and causing them to spread. When politicians are focused on culture wars, they're not focusing on the real problems that are facing their communities. And one of the most troubling aspects of this normalization of extremist views is that it has led to a lack of accountability for politicians who propose and promote and vote for and advocate for these extreme discriminatory policies. When politicians aren't held accountable for their actions, they're more likely to continue to double down and continue to support these discriminatory policies. And this has a devastating impact on communities. It ends up having a devastating impact on state budgets, and especially for those that are already marginalized. I think that to stop this trend, we have to start by recognizing that politicians, like most of you, who promote discriminatory policies, who want to legalize hate and discrimination, that you are the extremists. You're not simply expressing your opinion, you are actively promoting discrimination and hate. And we have to call it out for what it is and demand that you be held accountable for your actions. Another important step is to start promoting real issues over these culture war issues. And that means focusing on policies that will create jobs, policies that will help fund education, policies that will improve access to health care, policies that will strengthen our workforce in this state, rather than wasting time on stuff like bathroom bills or bans on health care or bans on drag shows that the chairman of our education committee thinks is such a good thing for our state to do. We have to demand that politicians place the needs of their communities over what they've seen on Tucker Carlson. We have to demand that politicians place the needs of their communities over their want for political gain. And when they don't do that, we have to call them out for the extremists that they are. Finally, we have to work to create a culture that values diversity and inclusion. And that means promoting tolerance and respect for all people. Thank you, Mr. President. For all people, regardless of their gender, race, gender identity, religion, class. When we create a culture that values diversity, we create a culture where discrimination is not tolerated and where everybody is able to thrive, and where it becomes super uncool and super unacceptable socially for all of you to do what you've been doing in this legislature. We have to recognize the dangers of normalizing extremist views. We have to call out politicians who promote discriminatory policies and demand that they be held accountable for their actions. Promote real issues over culture wars. And then we can make a society where everybody is available to thrive regardless of their background or identity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The motion before the body is motion 680 to indefinitely postpone. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed, nay. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
19 ayes, 3 nays to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Lippincott, Dover, Bostar, and Clements, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. All those in favor for motion 680 to indefinitely postpone, vote aye. Opposed, nay. Has everyone voted? Wish to vote? Mr. Clerk, please record.
1 42 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the motion.
Motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for items? Raise the call.
Mr. President, items A, corrected a minority statement for LB 626, new resolutions LR 82 and LR 83, both by Senator Ballard. Those will be laid over. That's all I have at this time.
Mr. Clerk, for a motion?
Mr. President, Senator Wayne moved to reconsider the vote on the motion to IPP the bill pursuant to Rule 3, Section 3F.
Senator Wayne, you are welcome to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So today I thought we were ending early because of the basketball game. Those who don't know, there is a national championship game tonight. I realized it starts at 8:05, so that wasn't the reason. So then I started looking at my calendar, and it's because there's a dinner tonight that we should go to. So I'm going to have some steaks and then head and watch the game. And the reason why that game is important, and how I'm going to tie this all back to the motion to reconsider, is because there is a young man from Omaha South who is playing tonight in the championship game. I had the privilege of coaching him maybe 7 games, but we always played against him. So Trailblazers and the team that he played for was called the Omaha Premier. We were the 2 top 8th grade teams, I would say, in the Midwest. When I probably, a little bit bigger in the Midwest if you want to define it. We would literally go to Oklahoma and have the championship game on a Sunday and decide we'll just play it at a gym Tuesday in Omaha so we can all get back early. We would go to national tournaments and we would always finish in the championship bracket and the championship games. But this young man, Arope is his last name. He went to Omaha South, did very well, ended up at San Diego State. And this is his 5th year out there. Is doing very well academically, a very, very smart kid. But he had the key block in the last 10 seconds of the game. In the last game, he's the one who blocked it. And then the guard came down and hit it with 1 second left to put him over. So tonight, when you look at San Diego State, know that we all should be rooting for them, even if we don't, like them, because that's the only Nebraska kid playing tonight. And plus, UConn's won one before, so let's just be honest, they've been around. So we should focus on the underdog. So tonight, let's make sure we root for a rope in the San Diego State, Senator Vargas's district. Now, Senator Vargas still thinks he has a jump shot, but as you can see, every time he starts playing basketball, he's somehow in crutches on the floor. So I'm just throwing that out there. As you can see, I'm killing a little bit of time, primarily because I'm giving you all time to reflect on that vote and why we should vote to indefinitely postpone this bill. And again, I'm going to restate the issue here. The issue here is when you look at this complicated formula of TIOSA, we are continuing to make tweaks to help out individual school districts or a sector of school districts, not students. We are using our education funding as a source of property tax relief. The one thing I've learned about this body, and in particular this unicameral, is we keep doing things that we've already tried before and we are expecting a different result. That's the definition of insanity, but we do it. So when we passed TIOSA, we had two formulas. We had an education formula and we had a revenue formula, and they both came to the floor and they moved together, and it was about property tax relief and relief for the school districts. And you know what happened? For about 3 to 4 years, property taxes went down. You know what happened after that 5th year? They went back up, and they've been going up. And you say, well, why is that? Well, because the nature of government is to grow, to find reasons why we have to do more. We have school districts that are clinics, mental health professionals, and at times we don't even teach art. I understand we have limited funding. I understand that we have to make some tough decisions. But at what point are we going to step back and have the real conversation about how to fix our property taxes, how to fix our income taxes, and how to fix our school funding? It won't be this year. We tried are we on the 4th new name of the epic tax? We tried to have that conversation. We are taking the burden on for everything to make our political campaign sound great, while we're really not moving the needle a whole lot. I got an interesting stat for Senator Jacobson. There are many small towns in rural Nebraska who are actually growing a lot. They are growing because we invested. We invested in Grand Island with the State Fair and sewer projects. North Platte, Hershey's right outside of North Platte is going to be a hopping area because we invested. So I'm asking other senators to think about how to invest. But let's talk a little bit more about education. Why is education important? Well, it was once said by Frederick Douglass, made famous by Malcolm X, that education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. There has never been more truth to that statement than there is today. When you look at technology and the education that is needed now to even operate a farm. When my grandfather operated a farm, in the spring we used to have to go out there on my spring break, and he would ride around in the tractor with a big flatbed trailer, and we had to pick up rocks. I hated that. They weren't rocks, those were boulders. And I kept thinking, how is it every year in the same location more rocks? This doesn't make sense. We just picked up tons of rocks and there's more rocks. I don't remember digging down and finding more rocks. We planted some beans, we planted some corn. Next year, there's more rocks. Where are the damn rocks coming from? Who's throwing rocks on my grandfather's farm? That's what I would be thinking about. It just didn't make any sense to me. Then I saw my first Roundup bean. I tell this story to some people. I couldn't figure it out. If you spray Roundup on something, there is no way that should grow. I just don't understand it. Didn't understand it. And now they got all this conversation about nitrates and nitrogen and humidity and soils and temperatures. You got to be a rocket scientist to farm now. What happened in just planting, throwing a little water on it, sitting out there listening to some music, smoking a cigarette, throwing the ash, little bud right there next to it, and it grow right there. I thought it was all, that's how it grew. You had to smoke a cigarette and you had to throw it in the field and that's how it grew. But I learned that's not how it grows. Used to have to use, skid loaders. Now, for those who don't ever use a skid loader, they've changed from when I was little to now. See, when I was younger, everything was done with the foot pedals. So you had to do everything with your feet. Now they got joysticks, and now it's even worse. Like you touch it a little bit, it shakes all over the place. Like, let's go back to so what I'm saying is sometimes simpler is better. Let's go back to the plant. Smokers, I ain't saying you should smoke. I'll get in trouble now. Justin's trying to make people smoke cigarettes. Oops, sorry. Man, I'm so in trouble now. I'm gonna have things written about me tomorrow about that. My point in all of that is let's make smart investment decisions. We have $300 million per year. Let's not invest
1 minute
in the new idea of just throwing money at students. Let's invest in the idea of making sure we put money to our neediest students and we balance it. Maybe we find out we can't spend it all. Maybe we have to stair step the poverty allowance cap, 5% a year. And then maybe we have to start talking about where we make reductions in this complicated 18 boxes on the need side. And how does 18 boxes on the need side equal 5 on the resources? The math doesn't even work in the formula. You can't have 18 needs and only 5 resources. That's about as complicated as the EPIC tax. But I like the EPIC tax. So how much time do I have? Oh, I never want to ask that question. Don't even answer, Mr. President. Don't even answer.
Time. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually rise today really grateful for something Senator Wayne did when debating the last motion. And he thought about what he said on the mic, and he actually apologized to Senator Sanders for something he said. And I bring that up, one, because it's really refreshing in a session where the rhetoric has kind of gone way to an extreme. And I also say that because of something that happened this weekend that I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about or not. So the language we use on the floor matters. What we say on the floor matters, and how we're treating other people in this legislature is watched by the public, and it matters for how people are treating others outside of this building, which I think is important for us to understand. So when we have somebody getting up and saying the extremists need to be held accountable for their actions, or characterizing an entire group of 33 senators as extremists for voting in favor of LB 574, I'm not here to debate LB 574. That's for another day. But when we're using language to categorize a majority of the legislature as extremists for a vote they took on the bill, I have to step back and think, because on Friday night, I don't talk about religion on this floor for a reason, but my husband and I are members out at St. Paulinus in Syracuse. We actually worship at a mission off of St. Paulinus in Syracuse. It's called Holy Trinity. It's a great farm church, but this happened at the main church at Syracuse, in that somebody Friday night into Saturday broke in, and mind you, this Sunday is Palm Sunday, it's the start of Holy Week, a really sacred time of year, broke into the church at Syracuse overnight and flipped the altar, wrecked the entire front of the church. Actually, once they flipped the altar over, they took the altar stone, which is placed within the table. It's a very sacred object. There's a relic from a saint in there. All your Catholic churches have it. They took that stone, and after they shattered the statue of Joseph right by the confessional, they took the stone, which again, it's sacred, took it to the back of the church and shattered the stone along with the relic from the saint that was in there. And I hope beyond all hopes that that was just a group of people who were being stupid and had no goals other than to destroy for the sake of destroying. I really do. Because the alternative in that they were there targeting a Catholic church and targeting some of the most sacred areas and the most sacred items of a Catholic church in the lead up to one of the most sacred times of the year, it's a really scary thought for me to think of. And I think back to some of the language that was used, that's being used on the floor today about LB 574, that was used during Senator Linehan's LB 753 with the opportunity scholarships, and some of the language that was used about Catholics in that debate. And I really, really hope none of that language was a motivating factor in what happened in Syracuse Friday night into Saturday. I really hope it wasn't. But the fact that we're even thinking of that as a possibility is, it really gets to where we're at as a country, where we're at as a legislature, where we're at in terms of dialogue being used in this body. So I don't care what side of the issue you're on, just please, whatever you're saying, whatever you're framing in an argument, be mindful of what you're saying, because there are people watching at home, and how they interact with each other, whether they like it or not, is influenced by how we treat each other on the floor of the legislature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion to reconsider because I'm enjoying this conversation. And I don't know who sent this around. I don't really know the initials, but in 2011, 2012, when you look at the educator equity profile, Omaha, the district in Omaha, had 69 of the state's highest poverty schools out of a total of 91 schools. And if you do the math, that's like 75% of the schools in OPS were highly impoverished. They've added some schools over the years, so the 91 number isn't exactly the same anymore, but it gets to the point of this conversation that when you talk about poverty, you really have to have a conversation about equity and what are we doing as a state to really invest in education. Because I was a kid that went through OPS, and I know what it's like. I work with kids in OPS today, and they tell me things. I've talked to teachers, staff, and those type of things, and it hasn't been the greatest, and it's not the greatest right now. And I know a lot of times people like to place blame on just the parents, or somebody tries to place blame on the schools or the teachers. And honestly, I think the saying, it takes a village to raise a child, is something we should embody as a body, because it takes a village to raise a child. And it doesn't matter if that kid is in Western or Eastern Nebraska. It takes all of us to put our hand and our sweat equity into these kids in our state and invest in them monetarily and with our time, because that's what it takes. And just putting money aside for special education just doesn't do it for me. It doesn't do it for a lot of people, especially not the kids in my community, because they're not all in special education. They have other needs as well. They're living in a community that up until last year had no real investments coming to it, not from the city, not from the county, and not from the state. And hopefully once we get LB 531 passed, some real investment starts to take place. But We have to keep investing. It can't just be a one-time thing. Oh, we're going to set aside some money for you, be happy, and don't speak up. We have to keep investing in these communities because for years we haven't invested in these communities. And I would say the same for communities in Western Nebraska. I wish the money for the canal, the 500+ million, was going to address poverty in Western Nebraska and economic development in Western Nebraska, because that's what's needed. And that's why people are leaving. It's because we're not investing in the things that we really need to invest in. And we also have to be clear. Our state needs to become a lot more open-minded if we hope to keep people and attract people to this state. Having the philosophies that we've had over the years isn't going to work. You talk to anybody about Nebraska, they're going to tell you, I'm not coming. Why would I come? Especially somebody that looks like me. It's still people across this country that don't even believe Black people live in Nebraska. They're surprised. But it's because of how we market our state. We're stuck in the whatever times of we're ag state and all this stuff, but the world has changed and society has changed. And not to say ag is not an integral part of our state, but our state has changed and the demographics of our state is changing. And we must adjust to that. And we have to have a conversation about equity and why we need equity. So if we're just going to leave out kids living in poverty, then maybe this all needs to fall because kids in poverty continue to be left behind. Thank you.
Senator DeBoer, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to be clear because I think I probably wasn't on my last time on the microphone, that I am very happy to send money to rural areas of Nebraska for their hospitals. I'm very happy to send it to their nursing homes. I'm very happy to send it to, any of those things, the roads, the bridges, the broadband. I was arguing for the broadband. I argued against in committee the movement of the road funds to their counties of origin, which would have defunded some areas of more rural Nebraska and funded more heavily areas of urban Nebraska, because I think it's important we all remember that we all do better when we all do better. And there are parts of urban Nebraska that need funding. And there are parts of rural Nebraska that need funding. And there is really just a need to say, how do we look at this holistically? And I think that one of the points Senator Wayne is making is that he thinks we're not looking at this holistically here because he thinks that if we don't address these concentrated poverty issues, that doesn't look at this holistic problem that we have in terms of how we're funding education in Nebraska. So my point when I was talking on the microphone last time is that it is a little more complicated than just state funding largely goes to urban areas. My point is that there's a very complex series of fundings in Nebraska that goes between rural and urban Nebraska because we're all interconnected. If ag does poorly, then the urban areas will do poorly because eventually it'll get to us. And if the urban areas do poorly, then ag will do poorly because we do a lot of things together as a state. So the question then is, where are the needs most acute? Where is the most acute need? We can't get everything. We don't have the money. We couldn't address every need in Nebraska. The needs are very, very great across the whole state. So how do we make sure that our interventions get the biggest bang for the buck? So that means that we put money into NUSF funds, which are for high-cost areas for like phone lines. And I pay that tax in Omaha so that it doesn't affect Omaha, but it pays for areas of Western Nebraska or rural Nebraska or wherever around there. And I'm happy to do that. Even though it's a tax that I don't see any benefit from, I'm happy to do that because I know that as a state, we have to start thinking holistically. That's the same reason I brought a bill this year, and hopefully we'll do something with it, which would say if there's an extraordinary increase in special education need in a school district, then we will give them their funding up front more, we'll front load it rather than just give it to them in arrears as we do now. That will never help any school district in my area because they have enough students that the law of averages said that they're not going to have this extraordinary increase in special education need. It will help small school districts in rural parts of the state. I'm happy to bring a bill such as that. I hope it goes forward. I'm fighting for it. Be on the lookout for that one. I will be back to talk to you more about that one. There are many other bills that I have brought in the past.
1 minute.
To, for example, provide some additional funding to rural school districts. Because I think we all do better when we work together and think about this as a whole. What I think Senator Wayne is saying is if we have a finite amount of money, and I would echo this, if we have a finite amount of money, let's put it where it's going to make the biggest bang for the buck. Part of that, in my opinion, may not be his, but in my opinion, part of that is in special education. But I also think that poverty is another area where we can get a big bang for our buck. Because concentrated poverty is different than 30%, 20%, 10% poverty. It just is. It's just more difficult to educate in those areas. So I just want to say I think this is all a much more complicated situation than just a black and white, whether or not funds go to some school districts or don't go to some school districts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wayne, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's talk a little bit more about the historical part of, for those who didn't know and don't know about the one city, one school district. Somebody stole my paper. I'm gonna blame it on Senator Clements. It didn't have numbers on it, so I don't know why you would take it. Oh well, we'll just talk about it. So what had happened early on is that OPS is landlocked. OPS knew that going in. I mean, obviously you can look around and see that they're landlocked. And so once in like 79 to 80, Miller was annexed, and there were actually Miller riots. You can Google it. People email my office asking me where I get this from. I have a whole bunch of useless knowledge until that moment. I talk about it, and then it just stays in my brain. But like 78 to 81, they were going through the process of annexing, and it was some issues. But actually, Miller, they called it the Miller riots because they didn't care about their trash or police going to the city of Omaha. What they really cared about was their students having to intermix with Omaha public school students. Not saying that's how they feel now. Sure, somebody's going to tweak that out of context, but that was the issue. And so there was a backroom deal with the city council. Many people know about it. Some handshakes between the Miller City Council and the Omaha City Council. Clemens just said he didn't take the papers. That's why I laughed. So they decided not to annex Omaha Miller Public Schools. And recently, the same thing happened with Elkhorn. They said they weren't going to do it. So in 2000-ish, and I can get you the exact same date, that 1891 law that said as a city grows, they can annex the schools. Now, mind you, that's what they did. When they annexed I forgot, in Senator McKinney's district, they annexed Benson, they annexed Arlington, they annexed every little area, Saratoga, they would assume Florence, they would assume that school district underneath them. So OPS had a board meeting and went to exec and talked about the legal issues of that and came out and said, we're gonna take a vote to annex all the school districts. And boy, everybody went crazy. Now, what's interesting from a financial standpoint, the way TIOSA is drafted, there would be some extra dollars available to the school district. But as we're learning in this formula, as you look at the 3-year projection, and then we have to take 60% of the foundation out, so it's not counted as a resource, that was going to happen to the property tax. So the $5 billion in property tax that was referenced in the Lincoln Journal-Star, that would have went on the payroll. So from a financial standpoint, it provided more stability. Again, going back to the legislature always changing things. But really what it came down to, and the objection came down to the interactions of schools, of students in their school districts. The Miller schools weren't going to be hurt financially any different. They just didn't want to be a part of OPS. And the reason why I say that is on the learning community, you fast forward, we had a critical vote. And I'll never forget this vote. It was at Westside Convention, or what is a little circle in a bubble in Rockbrook. And the suburban schools put enough pressure on the learning community. There was a vote that said school districts get to decide their capacity. Now, this legislature said one of the primary functions of the learning community was to create a diversity plan.
1 minute.
So we were going to help integrate, based off of economics, schools, which everybody talks about integrations being great until it's in their backyard and they don't want it. And so the long story short is we voted to let school districts do that. And overnight, all those schools became full. And that's where all the jokes are about option enrollment and transfers and who gets in and who doesn't get in across the city of Omaha. Then we decided, the learning community said, we're going to work with the city of Omaha, and we actually developed a plan for District 2, which was Senator Chamber, myself, and school board member Freddie Gray, to create a learning center and learning centers in key areas around schools. Well, then the argument was the learning community is building schools, and we're afraid that Millard and all of them, the learning community, might start building schools out in Millard and Elkhorn. Therefore, again, we don't want our kids interacting. So
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Merman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a little hesitant or didn't come into the queue earlier. I have prepared remarks for the amendment 970, but should have realized that we wouldn't get to that today. So I'm jumping in right now to make some comments. I do agree with Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney that we don't adequately pay for poverty in the TIOSA formula. But that's true whether we're in rural Nebraska, unequalized schools or equalized schools. I did pass out that sheet that Senator McKinney referred to. I'm not surprised that he couldn't read the initials on it. Don't have the best penmanship, especially when I'm in a hurry, but it compares the number of schools that are in the highest poverty schools with the different school districts. And Omaha does have the highest number of poverty schools, but they also have the highest number of schools, so 69 out of 91. And then Lincoln has the next highest number of poverty schools, but it's quite a bit lower percentage, 27 out of 63. And then Grand Island's 13 out of 20. So after that, they're all schools that, well, not all, I guess, but mostly schools in greater Nebraska. Grand Island's 13 out of 20. I think I said that. Sioux City's 8 out of 9. Lexington's 7 out of 7. Schuyler's 5 out of 8. Hastings 4 out of 8. And on down the line. Down, I guess you could, Juanita Palisades 3 out of 4, and Columbus 3 out of 7. So a large number of schools in greater Nebraska also. And by the way, that's always been a concern of mine. So I think it was 2 years ago, I asked Legislative Research to compare poverty in equalized schools compared to unequalized schools. And I don't have those, what the results right in front of me that they came up with. But if I remember correctly, it was about the same in equalized schools as compared to unequalized schools. So the state in the unequalized schools does not pay for poverty at all. That's all paid, or at least a large portion, the most, by far the highest percentage of it is paid with support comes from property taxes. And I'd like to talk about the bill a little bit too. Of course, this is not a perfect bill, but it does have a lot of positives in it, and I think it's maybe the best we can do this year when you consider everything, and the best we can do politically. It does fund all students at $1,500 per student. That's something from the state, and that's something we've never done, or at least haven't done for decades. So that's a huge improvement right there. It doesn't fund all students as much as what they actually cost, but at least does fund them up to $1,500 per student. Every student in the state, doesn't matter if you're from an urban district, a rural district, an equalized district, or unequalized district. Every student's funded at $1,500. And another thing that we've talked about several times already today, it increases the funding for special education from 42%, which is a statewide average right now. State and federal funding average is 42% right now. It does fund all special ed students up to 80%. So that's a huge positive that it's been mentioned. Senator Wishart and I think others have tried to do that for years. So a big positive there. Also, it's a big increase. A concern of mine is that we adequately fund education, of course, and this bill does more than adequately fund education going forward, especially compared to what it would be without this bill. And maybe when I get back on the mic, I'll talk about that another time, because I think my time is about
Senator.
up. Thank you.
Senator Wayne, you are recognized to speak, and this is your last opportunity before your close.
Challenge the chair. No, I'm joking. See, you thought I was going to go there. It's all right. So, talking about OPS and how we got here. So the one city, one school district was going, then there was a lot of litigation around this because as this was moving through, there was a floor amendment that split OPS. Now, the dirty secret about the split of OPS is everybody thought he split it along, Senator Chambers split it along racial lines. He didn't. He actually split it along school attendance zones lines. It's just that the school itself, the attendance itself, was based off of where people lived, and Omaha is segregated, so that's where it was. Nevertheless, the learning community was born. And Senator Chambers was termed out, so I ran against him my first year. That was my real election. He finished first, I finished second, and that's how I got on the learning community with him. And that's when we started digging. So again, we created an entire plan that I could share with you right now, how poverty, mobility had a bigger impact than race. And at the time, there were some schools that had around 42% of their students were actually mobile, and it caused a huge problem. So we were going to create these education centers, and some were in schools and some were like at Adams Park in Senator McKinney's district. That was going to serve 5 elementary schools, and the kids who needed the most would go there, and then we would figure out how to get them home. And then immediately, Millard, Elkhorn, Bellevue to a certain extent, although they were in favor of some of it, thought there's no way the learning community should have brick and mortar in our districts because they might actually bring kids into our district. We don't want those kids. If I had my learning community email and did a FOIA request back then, you would hear how many times I heard those kids. And so from there, they decided, well, we're going to come down and change the legislation to not allow learning community to have any brick and mortar. We couldn't own anything. My point in saying all that is every time something that was working for poverty kids in Omaha, this body has decided maybe we shouldn't do that. And we justify it through a suburban rural lens. And you say, why do I say suburban and rural? Because the biggest outrage school, or the most vocal school district, were south of Plattsmouth. Now I can't think of the school district, and east and west of Plattsmouth. Maybe it's it's not Plattsmouth itself. Maybe it's Platteview. Can't think of it now because I'm not remembering. But they were very upset because they thought we might be taking over them. Elkhorn, Millard, and Westside. So hence, I come down here at one point, the learning community was even more, things were taken away more and more from the learning community. So that experiment didn't go anywhere. TIOSA, if you ask anybody in the education world, says it's not working. Well, it's working the way it was designed. We just haven't changed the way it was designed. So here goes an opportunity to do that. So here's what I am offering. I am offering as not to hold up this package for 8 hours, even though it'd be good. I'm offering this. Show me some balance in the overall budget where each congressional district is breaking down its new spend, that we're kind of almost balanced on how the spend should be. Show me some strategic investments in education where we aren't just throwing dollars at every kid. Because if I decided we're going to throw $1,000 at every kid in Omaha Public Schools, Senator Breezy would be the first one to stand up and say, is this a targeted scalpel type approach? And my answer would be no. So why aren't we doing the same here? Why aren't we taking a targeted approach at our most vulnerable students across the state? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would yield my time to Senator Wayne if he'd like it.
Senator Wayne, 4-minute 50.
Yes, thank you. And I think with my close, that'll put us right about when we leave here at 7 to go watch a rope win the national championship and bring it home to Omaha South. Now, understand I went to Omaha Northwest, so for me even saying that is hard for me to do, but I'm supporting. I support things even when I don't, where I don't want to, because it's the best for Nebraska. And plus their colors are similar to Husker, so you can get over it if I can. So back to the funding type. So then down here, we've had plenty of conversations about funding, but we never stepped back and really got into it. And that's what I'm hoping we do. And I'm saying if we're going to focus on dollars of $300 million, let's figure out how to make it targeted and make sure that we're getting something out of it, our bang for our buck. That is the most financially sound thing to do. That is the best thing to do. So while we were in this one city, one school district, let me tell you, the hate that came out during that time, we would go to basketball games and there would be people just with signs and banners, and it was amazing to see how divided we were over school. And that's one thing I went to a neighborhood school, and I didn't realize how territorial it was until I started figuring out. If you think about it, we have some school districts that, I'm gonna say something that's gonna get me in trouble, that should probably merge with other school districts. I would say maybe that's just not an Omaha and Sarpy County problem. Maybe that's also a rural problem. But I know how hard that is, because see, you may not think I understand, but most of my family up in Rolfe, Iowa got merged into Pocahontas, and now it's just called Polk Unified something. I'm sure my mom about to text me and correct what I just said about what the name was. So I kind of seen that effect, because you're right, that local baseball team, that high school basketball team, that volleyball team, like that's your Friday nights. That's part of who you are as a community. And we do, like Nebraska is one of the only places where you say you're from Nebraska, even Omaha. If you say, I'm from Omaha, the first question they ask is, what high school did you go to? Because they got to put you in a box. And that's just the way it goes across Nebraska. It's like, where are you from? What city? And so if we might lose that identity if some school districts merge. But why are we not having that conversation? Why are we just throwing money at something to say we're going to call this property tax relief? And it's not property tax. I think everybody will admit on this bill, there is no property tax relief component to this. Just looking around, I see a couple head nods, but now they're like, oh, don't look at me. Don't call me out, because I don't want to put that in the record that you were right with Wayne on this one. I know it's rough out here. So my point is we got to step back, look at what we're doing here, and figure out why. Oh, we're going to walk through this on my closing. But what's interesting, when you go to the third year of this formula, you'll see how many school districts are negative. If you go in the school TIOSA change and you look at the third year, so I just picked like Battle Creek. Battle Creek, their third year on the TIOSA side, actually loses $64,000. That's how complicated and screwed up our formula is. We try to throw $1,500 per kid. But by the third year, when you get to the 3-year averaging adjustment, you lose money. So I'll tell you what, we're fully funding special education, but we're only providing property tax relief for 2 years, because the third year you lose money. So where are they going to make up that money? Where are they going to make up Battle Creek, Nebraska public school? Oh, that's not Battle Creek, the one down Bader. Oh, that's Senator Erdman. That $64,000, they're going to have to raise their taxes back up to cover that $64,000 loss. That's probably their art teacher. We don't want to cut art. Next school, Beatrice, their third year, they lose $79,000 out of their TIOSA. They're losing money because that foundation aid, we're only taking 60% out, not the whole thing, and that's that number. We're losing money. They're going to have to you guys are raising property taxes on people in 3 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Wayne, you're welcome to close on your motion to
call the
reconsider.
House.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Mr. Clerk, record.
19 nays, 5 nays to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Wayne, you are recognized to continue on your close.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I have an extra 30 seconds because my mic was off during that 30 seconds when you were placing the House under call. Had I been able to talk, I think you can arguably make the argument that I keep going. So what this does, really, I'm calling it now, is for Gretna, you vote for this package, you are raising property taxes in 2 years. For Hastings, you vote for this bill, you are raising property taxes in 2 years. Because in the third year in Hastings, they lose $68,000. Where are they going to make that up? We know they're not going to cut locally. Tell me what school district is cut locally. Nobody. That is their math, potentially their math and science teacher. They are going to have to raise their property taxes to cover that $70,000. So yes, we are raising property taxes in 2 years. Oh, there's Milford. Milford in 2 years, $100,000. $100,000 it goes up. Third year. I mean, you lose $100,000. You are raising property taxes by this vote in 3 years on Milford. Gosh, sometimes you stay here late at night. It's not even late. When you just get in the mood, you find really good new arguments to make while you're talking. I want to appreciate everybody for being here. I just want to say real quick, focus on our students who need it the most. I will sit down, we can raise the poverty allowance cap incrementally over time. I'd rather do that than just throw dollars at every student, whether that school district benefits or not. Because clearly, these rural school districts are doing well, because many of you tell me how great they're doing. So it's not a funding issue. We're just doing this for property tax relief. And I say, well, in the name of property tax relief, let's provide resources to those who need it the most. I don't think that's a crazy request. I don't think that is arbitrary nor unconscionable. Thank you, Mr. President. Roll call vote in reverse order.
Senator Armendariz, please return to the chamber. The House is under call.
Do I have more time? Okay, great.
Unexcused members are now present. Mr. Clerk, roll call, reverse order.
Senator Wishart. Voting no. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting no. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Not voting. Senator Raybold. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Moser. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Ibach. Voting no. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Holdcroft. Voting no. Senator Harden. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting no. Senator Halloran. Not voting. Senator Geist. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Duncan. Voting no. Senator Dover. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Not voting. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. And Senator Aguilar. Vote is 10 ayes, 33 nays, Mr. President.
Motion to reconsider fails. Mr. Clerk, for items. Raise the call.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed, Senator Hunt to 583, as well as Senator Brandt to 583, and Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Motions to be printed to LB 385, offered by Senator Conrad. Name add, Senator Raybold to 138, Senator Brewer to 138, Senator Bostelman to 165, Senator Day to 715, and finally, priority motion, Senator Raybold would move to adjourn until Tuesday, April 4th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Senators, you've heard the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. We are adjourned.